Boom. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? It's a Monday. I mean, normally we have like a Monday show, but today we've got a Monday recap. Now, just as a reminder for people who might be in the Montreal area, on the 13th we are doing a meetup. So, if you're, if you're in Montreal and you're interested in a meetup, we are going to be there from, I think it was 6:30 until people get tired and go home. We're going to be at La Distillerie, which you can find on Google Maps or you can see on my Twitter. But yeah, that's kind of the game plan. We're going to be having a little meet, so that is awesome. Let's see what other updates. Next, I guess the other update is that there's a little bit of a Janet update, which is so the court threw out the stalking no contact order. That's gone, but did allow for a reamending of the complaint, and there's going to be a hearing on it at some point in Illinois. So it's kind of a, good news, bad news situation. The net result is that at some point I'm going to have to go to Illinois, Chicago. So I guess we'll do a meetup in Chicago. We'll do a hangout and a meetup in Chicago. And if you're in Chicago, come say hi. It'll be fun. So yeah. All right. What other news? I feel like I have cancer. And the reason why I feel that is because I was watching Nestor's cross-examinations all day. And if that's not what getting cancer feels like, I'm not sure what is. Because, oh, man. And yeah, reminder, do not contact Janet for any reason. There is no reason to contact Janet. Just don't. But yeah. Now, so what are we seeing today? Well, first thing I'm going to mention is that I think the prosecution is working towards closing their case. They're getting towards the end. And we could tell that because they're starting to call in some of their big witnesses. Now, so the two big ones that we heard from today is Cody of Cody and Eric Stonemasonry, C&E, and the other one is what is it? The other one is the private investigator. Now, I'm just going to note the private investigator. I might have some different opinions than some of you because the private investigator is what I call kind of a thermostat witness. And what I mean by that is that your feelings on the PI will depend a lot on you. And so my feelings about the PI partially come from me being a defense lawyer. But some of you love the PI. And I'm just going to say the people who love the PI were the people who are already in the bag on conviction on this one. Because if you love the PI, I don't think there's a way to love the PI without being kind of, without being at that spot. Because if the PI was on the other side, you'd fucking hate them. Like, if you love the PI, you would hate them if they were on the other side. And really, the only reason to love the PI is because you don't like Nestor. And, yeah, I don't like Nestor either. I don't think she's doing a good job. I think she's actually, I think, things are not going great for her. But I will say that I really did not. I have some thoughts on the PI. We're going to get to the PI. And I'm going to have some thoughts. But we're going to go through the witnesses as sort of a recap in order. and some of them we're going to we're gonna breeze through because we want to get through everything, and there's a lot today. It was an 8-hour day. They are not wasting time on this, which, good stuff. But yeah, there's so some of them we may sort of zoom through a little faster than I might if we didn't have so much stuff today. So yeah, let's dive in here. Okay. Add to stage. Put me here. There we go. Okay. So start of the day, we are dealing with not I don't mind her. I don't mind how she's dressed here. Her it's again very boring. That's what I want out of Kouri Richins if I'm the defense lawyer. So yeah. All right. So here we got this guy.
We both served LDS missions. Shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together, and that was another journey in and of itself. That was fun.
Is that masonry?
Now, I don't know. I got a weird vibe from the beginning of here where he says things like, that was fun, right? He says a few things here. Yeah, this is Cody. This is Cody of Cody and Eric Masonry. Now, a few things like the way he says that was fun made me just go like, I feel like there's some unresolved tension here, because like that was fun. And he has moments where he describes, for instance, that he was okay with like the level of business that C&E Masonry was building, was bringing in, but that Eric was always wanting to build. And I was like, these two seem to have a little bit of tension on them. Like, Cody and Eric. And now, I mean, you're not going to say that about the guy who's deceased, right? You're not going to say like, oh yeah, we were not getting along, me and the dead guy, right? It's people are reluctant to say that, but I got this feeling that they were like, there was a little bit of tension here, and I don't know, maybe it's me. Like it might just be me on that. So yeah. Patty, I didn't watch it, but at the end of the day, like the only reason I'd watch Brennan is like I haven't watched that one, so I don't know.
Company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stonemasonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week, probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot as we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that. But talk.
Now we also hear that this kind of fell apart. Maybe I'll have to, like, people are saying you got to watch the Medina thing. Maybe I'll have to watch it. Let's jump ahead a little bit here because we're gonna zoom through him.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page.
And guys, the LDS stuff can be appropriate, appropriate, but we're not going to shit talk any religion here. It's just not how we roll. Okay. So yeah, where it's relevant, go ahead. But if you got beef with a religion, just, yeah. I'm an hour early? What? No, I'm not. Am I early? Oh.
These 4 pages of tab 3. Sir, did you collect those documents from Integrated Solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can
No.
you turn to tab 7, please?
Well, I'm on my time, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
Okay, so this is kind of important. The reason why they're asking about the signatures is because on the insurance document, there was a change, and the change was signed, and the next guy in is going to be an expert in handwriting analysis, who basically is like, all right, I do handwriting analysis, and this is not Eric Richins' signature. That's the big thing there.
And then, sir, tab 13. Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labor and Ford.
Okay. The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
All right, we're going to jump ahead a little.
I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident, and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
So we're going to see the cross. As I said, we're jumping through them. I know some people are like, isn't this guy a super important witness? Not really, believe it or not. Not super important. But he is kind of building towards the end. I should set a goal.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir. You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the, excuse me, Your Honor. You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing. Yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50.
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year.
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection,
I don't
Your Honor. Relevancy.
If you approach it.
I thought this part was a little interesting. Once we get through the sidebar over, they want to keep the money out.
Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking? Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to happen?
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll. Is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the line and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week.
I recall it being longer than a week,
How long do you recall it being?
a couple of months.
Okay. You also had as part of your company a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
Through C&E,
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Sustained.
Okay.
I hated that. Okay. Right? I really hated that. Like, yeah. That just sounded petulant and petty and yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you,
Let's not. Let's skip the head. a little bit.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
so it's tricky because when it's a flip flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
it's okay, take your time.
So
Oh, she's
what
not
I was
just on
told was that
struggle
there was a
street.
change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy.
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was changed back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I
the
did not
money.
pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
You paid the
and
trust.
I put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court
You gave it
as
to
I was instructed through my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain.
Mhm.
So fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean,
Okay.
he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could do.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's
Different
fair
times, but
it's
not
fa-
together.
it's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
I am LDS.
Okay, so again, we're not going to be crappy to each other in the chat, but this is kind of relevant. The reason why they're bringing up the LDS thing is not just to be like, jury, you dislike the LDS, right? Because that would not play well. They're in Utah. This is not where she's going with this. I saw somebody on Twitter who was like, I hated when she was like, like she's not going after the LDS as the LDS. What she's doing is she's saying within the LDS, drug use is frowned upon. So if he's doing drugs, he's not going to you, Mr. more LDS than Eric was, right? So, Eric has a drink. Eric does these, other things. He's probably not going and, sharing that with him.
And as part of that
disease, not
faith,
Lyme's
you all
disease.
subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of respect to you and your faith.
I believe
Yes.
so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies.
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
No.
Okay. And again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs.
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a question called for this.
Objection, yeah. Like objection Yahtzee.
Oh.
Sustained. Just ask.
So I've heard LDS members say they prefer that to Mormon, and now okay. I'm not sure on the terminology, so yeah.
Next question.
Did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask.
Let's watch that again because it's funny. So
Right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs.
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a question called for this.
Well,
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
The judge is like, objection is sustained. She goes and asks exactly the same question. And then the judge is like, Ms. Nestor, what the fuck did I just say? What did I say? Yeah. Where in Illinois will I be? Chicago. So that's going to be fun. I wasn't planning on going to Illinois, but now it's going to happen. So, yep.
If you'd ask a different question, please.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
I'll leave it.
Here's,
It's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
is out.
So this is a pivotal moment.
I'll leave it.
Nope, wait.
Did you just testify? Well,
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask a different question, please.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
objection.
I'll leave it.
Here's,
It's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
is out. What have people told you?
You can follow up. Okay.
All right. Do you see what just happened? She elicits hearsay. Bloodworth stands up and is like, objection, hearsay. And the judge is like, it's out. What do you want? And he thinks about it. And then the solution ultimately is that they're going to, he's going to be able to address it later. This sets the stage for a fight later on because, this is a big deal. This is where the fight later on happens. Janet stuff. I did a thing at the beginning of the stream talking about the Janet updates. So yeah.
Sir, please keep her moving.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that. Is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that immediately happened after that.
And your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
I mean, yeah, hunting fines tend to be really high. And from the sounds of it, he got a hunting ban. So this is a bit of a big deal here. I have heard somebody in the chat suggested that the issue was using somebody else's tags and specifically using Cody's tags. So, yeah. This is what she's doing is she's trying to suggest that, this witness is being kind of deceptive because they are not actually as, huggy as all that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we?
The other thing is that particular line, they managed to turn around on the defense because, it's like, why did you report this to the police? Well, because I'm an honest person. That actually kind of blows up on them when it's like, yeah. Vez, looking for a premixed mule for you. Not a success so far. You'll have to try maple liquor maybe. I'm pretty sure that La Distillerie has mules. So we can have a mule in Montreal. We'll do that. All right, so let's go to the fight. Yeah, here we go.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why?
For the people who don't know how hunting works, in order to be allowed to shoot an animal, in most cases, you need a draw or at least a tag. The tags limit how many animals you can shoot. So, for example, here, if I want to shoot a moose, I got to put in for a moose draw. And only a certain number of tags go out, right? And then you have to get the tag to go get the moose. And that is, that is a thing, right? But for deer, like for whitetail, you're allowed to shoot a whitetail, just like once a year you can get a whitetail. So you don't have to be in a draw to get that, but you do get a tag for it. And so once you shoot the animal, you have to put the tag on it. And the tags are designed such that they can't easily be removed, right? So you put the tag on, and then, it basically says you've used that tag. So, yeah. So shooting an animal without a tag is a big deal. They tend to punish you pretty harshly for it because, that's poaching.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right.
I'm just going to go back to this because this is a moment that really, really, really blows up in the defense's face. Blows up. Like
Evidence as opposed to covering for Eric.
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right. And he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
So first of all, the way he delivers it makes it seem like he's got some regret, right? Like that he's got some regret for that decision. But he also is like, I wasn't going to cover for him when he did wrong. I'm just going to do the honest thing. Okay. What is it? And I saw a silly question from a non-hunter, but how do they know whether or not you have a tag? First of all, they have records of all the tags, so they know what tags they issued. And in some places, like if you take the animal to a butcher shop, you have to tell them your tag number, and they have to check that against the system to be like, yep, that was a tag that was issued. This person has a tag. But the other way they get caught is that if you're driving down the, if you're driving down the road and it's hunting season, they see an elk in the back of your truck. Right? They pull you over and they're like, hey, you've got an elk in the back of your truck. We're checking your tag. And so they check the tag. They can confirm that's a valid tag, that it's issued to you, that it's all of those things. And once they check the tag, but if there's no tag on it or something like that, the rules are you have to tag it pretty much immediately. So, when you go hunting, basically as soon as it's safe to do so, you have to put the tag on the animal, right? So, and when I say safe to do so, if you shoot a bear, for instance, you make sure the bear is not going to slash your face off because bears do that. Similarly, you might say, oh, it's an elk. Well, elk can also slash your face off. They just do it with the pointy things on their heads. And yes, it's a physical tag. The physical tag in my area, they're a little wire loop, and the wire loop also has, you also have like a green sticker. And so what you do, this is going to be a little gross. So, if you don't want to hear about like how the mechanics of this happen, cover your ears for just a second. So like you shoot the elk or whatever, and you take your knife, you put a hole through the leg of the animal, on the like at the back, just between the tendon and the leg. And once you and then you put the tag through it, and you press the sticker on it, and the sticker then like adheres to itself, so that then you can't easily get that tag off again. It's gonna rip, it's gonna, all of those things. So yeah, in between the two bones in the back leg, it's just got to be properly attached so it won't come off. And so when they find it, it's literally got a tag on it. In Alberta, there's a second kind of tag. It is possible to get a metal tag. I've had one, and you get that if Fish and Wildlife is issuing you a tag directly. And Fish and Wildlife, they gave me that tag because I picked up roadkill. You can get permission to pick up roadkill, and so I picked up the roadkill, took it to the Fish and Wildlife station, and they put the tag on it, and it was a metal tag in that case. And you might be saying, Runkle, why would you pick up roadkill? Well, because it was a whole deer, and it was a little off. Like, it was a little stinky, but not too stinky. And so I processed it, and I fed it to the dogs. And this was Ripley and Paddington Bear at the time, and they loved it. They went wild for that. They were just like so thrilled. Fish and Wildlife was happy that that it was a little stinky, because they wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to eat it. And they're like, yeah, this is clearly, you're not going to eat this. But what do you call it? They were like, okay, this is clearly good for the dogs and not good for people. So, all right, let's do this. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it's fun times, right? Okay, so urgent message Discord. Let me just try to find that. Okay, that is kind of an urgent message. All right, let's try to pull that up here. Give me 1 second, and we will look at that, because that is interesting. Sorry, just 1 second. There's so many pages here, and we got to find it here. All right. This is interesting. Okay. So we're going to zoom in a little bit. We're going to do this. Thank you to Kestrel for finding this, and other people here. Before the Utah Wildlife Board, in the matter of the privileges of Eric E. Richins to hunt in the state of Utah. So, stipulation in order. The Division of Wildlife Resources and Eric E. Richins agree as follows. So he admits jurisdiction. He acknowledges that he enters into the stipulation voluntarily. He's represented by counsel. So this would have been expensive, because he's got a lawyer on this one. And so that's going to cost him a whole pile of money. He understands that he's getting a suspension. He understands that he's entitled to a formal hearing, but he's waiving that. And so he doesn't contest the following allegations. So here's the allegations. On or around September 10th, petitioner went elk hunting on a property he owns in northern Utah. They're doing well. They've got hunting land. So at the time of his September 10th hunt, petitioner held an unfilled and valid 2016 antlerless elk control permit. Petitioner had already harvested a bull elk and filled his hunter's choice elk permit. So, okay. Petitioner invited an acquaintance of his, Mr. Wright, to hunt on his property. Mr. Wright held a valid 2016 elk permit. Petitioner shot an arrow at a 6x6 bull elk, and the elk died. Petitioner requested that Mr. Wright tag the elk with his permit, and Mr. Wright did so. On November 21st, he entered into a no contest plea. Okay, so here's the thing. He had a permit for a hunter's choice, like he had a permit for one bull elk, and he had a permit for an antlerless elk, i.e., not a bull elk, a calf elk or a cow elk, right? But what does he do? He shoots 6x6. 6x6 means 6 points on one side, 6 points on the other. It's a big elk, right? So petitioner, Richins, Eric Richins, shoots this bull elk. It dies. And then Mr. Wright has a permit for this. Basically, he sees this huge freaking elk, right? He sees like a lifetime elk. He shoots that elk because he sees the elk of a lifetime. But he doesn't have a tag for it because he already used his tag on presumably some smaller, crappier elk. And so he asks his buddy, man, can you put the, can you put your tag on this? And so the guy puts his tag on it, and they claim that Mr. Wright got the, did the shooting. The thing is, you can't do that. You can't actually put the, you can't, if you shoot it, you've got to be the one putting the tag on it. So, so that's kind of it. So yeah, that's sort of the allegations there. He got an opportunity, or he had a thing. They suspended. This is a huge thing. I'm starting a goal, and it's just titled goal because I can't think of something right now. 8-year suspension. 8 years. Ooh, that's a big suspension. That's a huge suspension. So he appeals on the basis that it was overly harsh, and so they instead they came to a deal on the appeal, and his hunting privileges were suspended for 4 years, 8 months, and 27 days. That's a big deal, right? That's a big deal. Wow. Okay. I'm going to tell you, a lot of hunters would be super, super pissed about a 4-year hunting, or 4.5, like a little more than 4.5-year hunting ban. That's huge. That's a giant suspension. That's a giant thing. So, big deal. Yeah, 5 years, because I'm sure it's from the date of. So, so you can see why he'd be pissed, right? You could see why he is, why he's upset. So, yeah.
Is that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
Did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2022 sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from the Perrick's residence?
Sounds right.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
Object to relevance about why you sat with the Richins family. Literally, the defense asked, like, the defense was like, didn't you sit with the Richins family? Prosecution's allowed to ask why once you raise that, right? Like, absolutely they can do that. That was a dumb objection. If you didn't want that coming in, you shouldn't have asked the question.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends. And I want to be a support where I can.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
That was such a dumb question. It was really, really dumb.
Take
like, or dumb
one anyways.
objection. You raised that.
Folks, this would be an opportune time for a restroom break. I was about to take one anyways. Please rise for the jury.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 16 line, beginning at line 15. And were you aware that in high school, Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school, we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now one thing I'm going to note is that a lot of people online have done Google searches and have been like, all right, here's what a red devil is. And I'm here to tell you, all of you are full of shit. And the reason why I'm saying that is that if you go and do a search for red devils, this is a drug name that gets used for lots of things. In the same way that, like, you know, reds or blues or whatever, the meanings of these things change and can be regional. Now, I'm seeing people say red devils are Sudafed. Maybe. This witness says he thinks they were Sudafed. I don't know if this witness is correct, because quite frankly, what this witness knows about drug use could not fill a shot glass. Like, this witness does not know shit about what a red devil is. He thinks it might be Sudafed, but he doesn't know shit. Red devils have been used to refer to a whole bunch of different things. They are, there's the comment in the chat. There we go. One particular chemo drug is called Red Devil, you know, casually, but that's not what they're talking about. But there's different red pills that get called Red Devils. And that includes, that can include illicit pills, because sometimes illicit pills are, you know, like somebody presses them and they're red. So we don't know what a red devil is. I don't believe this guy knows when he says he thinks it's Sudafed. It could be Sudafed. It could be all sorts of things. The problem is that the defense team does not know shit about this and is not good at this. Yeah. So yeah, Seconal has been, or, you know, has been used. I've seen all sorts of things referred to. It's the same way that, like, if somebody says ice as a drug, ice can refer to a whole bunch of different shit. So you don't know necessarily. So everybody who's like, I have a definitive answer as to what a red devil is. No, you don't. No, you don't. 5 minutes behind, but the hunting thing seems silly. If they had a tag to use, what's the harm? No extra animals were taken. Because he's only allowed to take one bull elk. He's not allowed to, you know, it's not. And the thing is that they issue tags on the basis that some of the tags are going to get wasted. Like last year, I had tags for, for deer. I didn't get a deer, right? And I tried, but I did not get a deer. So when they issue like 500 tags, they know that the percentage of tags being used is like, 70% or whatever it is, right? Might be as low as 30%, right? Something like, so they know that if they issue 500 tags, that like 70% will get used, and they plan for that when they, when they issue a number of tags. So, the other thing they're really trying to avoid is situations where people are like selling their tags and so forth. Because, let's say I get a tag for like a moose, right? And let's say I'm not able to get out to shoot a moose, right? I might be able to like call somebody and be like, hey, you want to use my moose tag? That would be illegal, right? But otherwise, so yeah, this is just how they've decided to run it, and maybe they could run it a different way, but yeah.
I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Bloodworth, you'd be able to clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion to eliminate that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Yeah.
In the motion in limine,
He's also wrong on the motion in limine. So yeah.
and we're scrambling in the back to get this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified.
Also, isn't Eric Richins like 40 something? Right? Isn't he like 40 something? So yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. To a trophy hunter who makes $75K a year, he might be willing, or $750K a year, he might be willing to pay $100,000 for a tag. So Alberta does an auction. It's a charity auction. And 39. Okay. So, I mean, high school was like 20 years ago. But Alberta does a charity auction where they have like they'll sell a tag that is good for like the entire season for like all sorts of things. And those tags regularly go for like $500,000. So if you buy one of those special tags that lets you just like, you can get whatever kind of thing, they go for insane prices. Insane.
Well, sorry, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school. So I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment, I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Cody Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what
right.
just
I gotta open
happened.
my mule.
Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
In fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door to cross
I
this
just said
topic.
that. I just said that.
Right,
that
but
you,
I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then
The judge is like, it's not just that they're alleging you opened the door. You kicked the door open. Yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit.
Also, why is she getting so smarmy here? Like, show some respect for that. Cocktail in a can is lazy. I'm not mixing. Maybe one day I'll have a streaming setup where I've got like a bar where I can mix a drink. That would be cool, but I'm not there yet. So, yeah.
What would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness has sat on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
Well, we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire or Cody Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point?
So what's the problem here? The problem is that they have to, she can't just claim that Red Devils are an illicit street drug. She's actually got to provide some evidence on that. I'm going to also end the goal, and I'm going to put a new goal up. So new goal, start another goal. There we go. I'm doing an update there. But just because it's just because you know it's got a neat name, Red Devils, doesn't mean shit. So yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks.
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not? I'm sorry.
No, I don't have control over what they're showing me. If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the document.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
It is now, yeah.
So at the bottom of page 60, I guess we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Cody Wright says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
And I think he still has no fucking clue what Red Devils are. Like, he makes a guess. So.
Says prior to that he is very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but.
Oh, you don't want that. You.
The judge calls her on her bullshit.
Prior to that he is very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but.
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury.
But
I don't want to give a
you don't want
chance.
to just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to. I want to impeach him with this document only.
You don't
That's
have
it.
any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation.
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question. This is an important difference.
Now, I actually think that the judge here is stepping outside of the lines. I think the judge is fucking up here, and I think the judge realizes it later. Because pain pills can be illicit street drugs, even if they are like official OxyContin and whatever, right? Because, you know, the instant you divert a pain pill out of the regular supply, then it's an illicit pain pill. If I buy an OxyContin, even if it's a professionally made OxyContin, you know, off the street, then it's an illicit pain, like it's an illicit drug.
Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown that
If you buy pain
please
pills, I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
He's like, you might need to appeal this shit. Stop fucking up your transcript. Like, you need to know this is important.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that red devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's
taken,
they?
if that is being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says red devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what red devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed. These are illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So
No, there's some distance between a nickname called red devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't
And he's right there because, like, sometimes high schoolers have really cool street names for things like cough syrup and stuff like that, which isn't an illicit street drug. It's just people buying cough syrup and using it improperly. But
know what the red devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree.
I'm actually on Team Nestor on this one because I don't think that it's necessarily. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily true that a prescription pain pill that's sold on the street is not an. Yeah, I'm with Nestor on this one.
Agree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
Yes, it is. Once it's diverted, it's illicit. And here's the problem with buying diverted pills. You don't know once there's a diverted pill, because the reason why she wants to bring this up is to suggest that I see people talking about there's a distinction in the charge. The charge is freaking irrelevant. The issue isn't that Eric Richins could have been charged with a crime. That nobody cares. The issue is whether Eric Richins might have been buying pills that are suspect in origin, because nobody's going to talk about how many years in jail Eric Richins could have got if he wasn't, deceased. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't care if they're different charges. This part is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they're different charges. What matters is that if you are buying pills on the street and you think that these pills are OxyContin, the chances that you're getting OxyContin are just a crapshoot. What is it? Illicit street drugs. Yes, once it's sold on the street, it's a street drug. OxyContin can be a street drug once it's sold on the street. That's like, yeah, yes, I see people saying street drugs. Any drug that is being sold unlawfully is a street drug. So this is the issue, right?
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescriptions. That's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't.
He's saying if you're stuck with that, then this ruling could bite you in the ass elsewhere. But
endorse it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than purchasing on the street prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked? Do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer?
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
If you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure.
It's like we literally have this on YouTube. We could pull up, you know. So yeah. Here's the thing: manufactured for street sale versus diverted prescription drugs. If you are buying diverted prescription drugs from a dealer, no, you fucking aren't. This is really important. This is a safety tip for anybody out there. If you are buying prescription OxyContin or oxycodone or whatever it is on the street, no, you're not. Because what you're buying most likely, almost certainly, is not a real prescription medication. If you're buying, what you would instead be most likely buying is some sort of opiate that is pressed to look like a prescription pill. This is a big deal, right? So the problem she's got is she's having, but I actually think that I think the prosecution fucked something up here, and we'll But how do we know they weren't prescribed? This is kind of the thing. I think the distinction on street drugs is a bit of a problem there. This conversation is circular because the witness doesn't know what the drug is or how it was acquired. He didn't know if it was OTC, bought on the street, or prescription. I think what she should have probably done is recall this guy, recall him later after they bring in an expert to lay the foundation as to what a red devil is, right? And that would have been a better move here. She's running into foundation problems. She could have worked around them. And yeah.
While that occurs, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35. All right.
You know who should be conducting this cross? Ramos. And I know I was giving Ramos all sorts of shit earlier. And he deserved it for his first cross. Ramos fucked his first cross up. But afterwards, Ramos has been the best. He's been the most put together.
Used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion to eliminate hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there's any admissible evidence that he did. So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to voir dire Cody Wright regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing, having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were red devils. If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what red devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible.
And this is the big problem, is what is red devils? Because red devils could be, he says Sudafed. It could be, Seconal. Somebody on Twitter sent me a thing showing a candy that is called Red Devils. So maybe it's candy, right? Yeah. Why is she wasting so much time arguing to avoid a voir dire when it would have been much faster just to do the voir dire? Because she loses the voir dire. That's because she gets slaughtered on the voir dire. That's why she's putting all this effort in. Because they bring the guy back in to do the voir dire.
Illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as.
This is the problem, is they're trying to ask an LDS member who is pretty serious about it. Like, this guy is, you know, in any religion, right? There's people who are more serious and people who are less serious. You know, like, you'll encounter the guy who is Jewish except for bacon, right? Like, those people are out there. This guy is pretty serious from what we can see. Like, he doesn't drink. He, you know, all of these things, right? So he's actually kind of doing a little bit more to walk the walk. And so now she's in the position where she is trying to, voir dire this guy on what the Red Devils are. And, like, he doesn't know shit, right? Like, he doesn't know. Like, he just doesn't know anything. And that's going to be the brick wall that that Nestor runs into here is, you know, like, she's got to get what the drug is out of this guy.
So.
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing, we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked if there was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right, and then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils, is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red
Later
Devils?
on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Womp, womp, womp. So she just spent all this time chasing this, and he's saying Sudafed. And you know what? I'm betting he's wrong. I'm betting he's confusing Sudafed with pseudoephedrine. I think that's what's going on, right? Because yeah. Anyway, she does not get in what she wants to get in. Yeah, Sudafed contains pseudoephedrine, but pseudoephedrine is broader, and there's, you know what? I'm not going to say the rest of what I was going to say, because the rest of what I was going to say might be giving too much information to people who want to abuse things. So I know Sudafed includes pseudoephedrine, but I'm not going to finish the sentence because you don't need tips on some of this stuff. So we're not giving drug advice here. We're not. Yeah. Yeah. The other problem is Sudafed is not pain pills. So, yeah. Anyway, she cross-examines him for a ways more. She elicits that his net worth doubles when Eric Richins dies. Okay. I don't think this guy, like, it's like, isn't it true your net worth doubled when Eric Richins died? I'm like, is your theory that Cody whacked him? Because I don't think Bald Beardy here has got it in him. Like, I if your theory is that this dude committed the murder, like, just no. Like, no. I just no. The guy who like wouldn't let a hunting violation go because he's like, I just had to do the right thing. Like the Boy Scoutiest Boy Scout that they found in this whole trial. Where the falling out with Eric Richins is because Eric Richins was the bad boy of the two by a hunting tag violation. I'm like, nah, that dog is just not, that dog's not gonna hunt. So for at least 4 years and 8 months. Anyway. All right. So let's cover super chats, and then we're gonna go on to the next witness. Pop Princess, woohoo, almost 2 years. Good to have you here. Sandy, thank you so much. Heart and hug. Oh, Sandy, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna talk about but yeah. Hugs. It's a me, Tony P. Mule time is always a good choice. As always, thanks for the hard work. Thank you. Marvin CZ, Runkle gets a mule without the special kick. Yeah, this is just a canned mule. No special bonuses. B. Murr says, have a mule on you, Runkle Springer. Thank you. Or Runkle there. I think that was one of the Runkle emojis. Marvin CZ, since Europe gets on daylight savings time later than Canada and the US, the stream is earlier for us and I can watch some of it without staying up too late. Okay, good stuff. Morgan, Ian, I'm going to need a long show tonight. You're keeping me company while I take a water taxi back to my hotel and then drive home from Universal. Oh, that is cool. Lucy, CHL or MLGR, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. I've got a thing for that. Thank you so much. Honk Banana No, have had half a bottle of bourbon already. Honk, you gotta cut that back, maybe. Please explain why I had to explain to my stone sober wife what day it is. Am confused. Okay. Honk Banana No, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Unseen KNG, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Random unbreaded commenter, I've been outspoken of my disdain for Nestor, but the PI, I assume, had me repeatedly going, I'd want to put this guy in a neck brace if he did all that to me. The neck brace was weird. Equality, because he wasn't wearing it the whole time. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. The real CH3. You can see the pain on this guy's face, thinking about how this impacted the friendship that he never got to fully repair because someone did something. Yeah, I mean, I actually think that moment blew up in the defense's face because you can see him anguished about, like, I wish I hadn't reported the guy. It didn't go through. Gwynny Bly, woohoo, time flies. Hugs. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you. The KKF funny hunting story. Brother's coworker went weekend hunting during a severe cold snap and the deer blood froze in his truck bed. Fast forward 3 days, he gets visited at work by local PD because blood was dripping from the bed. That is terrifying. Gwynny Bly, goalie goal, goalie. Goal Garl Gowl. Thank you so much for a fed-free mule in Montreal. Cheers. I'm gonna have to figure out how much streaming I can do because I am traveling to Montreal, and so I gotta figure that out. But because I want to keep doing recaps, but I got to figure out when I can and so forth. And yeah. Addie Martinez, realtor, pizza fund for the doggies. I was going to do a pizza thing. And then my wife, Mrs. Runkle, made a risotto. And the risotto was amazing. Like, just amazing. It was the best risotto I've ever had. Mrs. Runkle just nailed it. And so no pizza, but I ate well tonight. She did really good. And the dogs get none of it because me and Mrs. Runkle are going to eat the leftovers. Emily Arens, excited for a potential Chicago meetup. I'll take the train down from Wisconsin if I'm free whenever it happens. Awesome. Joy W. Can, is it possible Nestor opened the door regarding hearsay drug use to bring in her drug specialist? She already had that guy lined up. So Christy OH via, or Ohio via Indiana. Is that, yeah, Indiana? Happy birthday, Mrs. Runkle. I might have to drive to Chicago. That would be awesome. It would be good to see you. Discworld Edge Witch, sheltered Utah high school kids aren't getting drugs off the street. They're raiding their parents' cabinets, if anything. Yes, but they also buy them from each other. And the guy at their high school who's selling them might be selling them, yeah, it is a thing. The number of people who have, the number of people who I have seen die because they were buying what they thought were legitimate pain pills, including like high school kids and so forth, is a lot. So yeah. The FDA has put many rules on on how pharmacies receive shipments because of counterfeit pills. What used to take a couple of hours can now take all day, depending on how much we get. Yep. Absolutely. ASG 2025. This is why we need court reporters. Readback is important. Yep. Celebrial, almost 2 years. Cheers to that. Helen Nichols, recovering from my shoulder surgery. Painful. Good to, hopefully it gets less painful soon. Ensure86, thank you for being a YouTube member. Much appreciated. Yolanda streams sarcasm. Happy birthday, Mrs. Runkle. I will pass it along. Crystal Dagger 1620. Love to hear about birthday surprises. I got to check on that goal. ASG says rough steno practice today. That moment with the defense and the lack of readback reminded me how important court reporters are. I think I just need a little encouragement because today was a noodle finger day. It happens. Secret Labs customer support. What is weird about his neck brace? Bro was sitting wrong, obviously. I would think you of all people would sympathize. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Where are we on the goal? We are 4 minutes away from 2 super chats for the goal. Can we get 2 super chats in the next couple of minutes here? Because, yeah. All right. We're going to jump through this guy. There's more argument. But we're going to go to the next guy. All right. We're going to be real fast with him. Real fast. Oh. Chat, could you hear that pop? Did you hear that? Because I heard that pop, and that was a very poppy pop. So yeah. All right. People saying yes, they could hear it. Okay. Yeah, my back made a very pronounced noise. It was the thing there. All right. What is it? Was that Runkle, not chair? That was Runkle, the pop. So yeah, that's fair. There was a couple of super chats before I changed up the goal. They should count. I can do that for sure. All right. So I said I'd give an update on the Mrs. Runkle birthday gift. And so the birthday gift plan is to get a sauna and put it up at the land. And so, up at the dogwood. So I looked at a lot of places, and a lot of places for saunas were stupid expensive. There were a lot of places that wanted like $20,000 for a sauna, and I wasn't going to spend 20 grand. Like, nah. And there were places that were like, the other thing is that rent or buy, because we want to just have it sitting up there. The other thing is that there's a lot of saunas out there that are, there's a lot of places where they make like these barrel saunas. And the barrel saunas, we rented one at one point. It was nice. But the problem with the barrel sauna was that at the end of the day, it was Mrs. Runkle is tall. And so because she's tall, the barrel sauna didn't really work for her because the walls curve. And so the entire time she's sitting there like this, right? Like kind of hunched over, so she wasn't comfortable in the barrel sauna. And so she's like, I want a sauna with, with flat walls. And it's like, okay, cool. We can do that. So, yeah, so I shopped around and I managed to find a Hutterite carpenter who's going to make a sauna for me that is going to be shaped. It's going to be a square sauna, and it's going to be a what do you call it? It's going to be cedar inside, and it's going to be a nice sauna. It's going to be a good sauna, I hope. And so the price is way better than I was finding online. And so sauna, that's kind of the goal. Now, yeah, we're just, what is it? It's going to be a wood burning sauna, not electric because we don't have power out there. So, yeah, I'm making steps. I got to make a payment, today I got to make a payment today on the sauna because they want, half up front, which is reasonable because, I'm asking this guy to buy a whole bunch of cedar. So like fair, he should have money ahead of time. Yeah, Mrs. Runkle really likes a sauna, really does. So we're, yeah, this is, I think, a big thing for that. And, yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. I hope. I have never found the Hutterites to, I've never found the Hutterites to, what do you call it? To be deceptive or anything. They just, so I trust the guy absolutely. Cause so we'll see. So yeah, it's going to be an expensive gift, but, yeah, that's going to be the plan is, yeah. I need Chicago visit info. Please help. I don't yet know. I will, as soon as I know when the Chicago meetup will happen, I will let you guys know. I'm going to try to get this one scheduled further out, but, yeah, we'll make that happen. You're not wrong. Nothing's too good for Mrs. Runkle. I am lucky to be able to sometimes get Mrs. Runkle some nice things. And, yeah, that is the plan. So, all right, on to the next guy. This guy. We're going to skip his entire direct because his entire direct is I am a handwriting analyst and, handwriting analysis is super awesome. And also, this signature does not match. And so it's not, it wasn't signed by Eric Richins, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so on to Cross.
or identification, depending on,
Which
We
one
don't
are
have a
they?
date yet.
In or out, 100%. It's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about all of this. Let's talk about handwriting analysis. So fundamentally, at the end of the day, what handwriting analysis comes down to is some dude looking at two things and deciding whether they are the same thing, or like whether they were written by the same person or a different person, right? And there's various things they can do. There's various aspects where they can like check it out, where, you know, things to look for, right? The problem is that handwriting analysis, like a lot of these other forensic sciences, and I say forensic sciences with the utmost of disrespect, because every time they say forensic science, what they mean is a lot of these forensic sciences get their, and I don't know if handwriting analysis is on this list, but it probably is. A lot of the forensic sciences get their start by basically some cop decides that this is a thing that will work. And so they create this science out of nothing. And you might be saying, Runkle, come on. There's like 9 or 10 like forensic sciences that started out that way. And what do you call it? So, you know, hair and fiber analysis was not started by some like hair and fiber scientist. It was started by a cop who just decided that he could eyeball hair. Like that was how it started, was some cop decided I can solve things by eyeballing tiny fibers. Like, here's a tiny fiber. I can eyeball this in a microscope and compare it to other things. And a ton of these things come into being, but they don't come into being with proper scientific method. And proper scientific method, the main thing to remember about the scientific method is that you don't start out looking to prove something is true, really. What you try to do is you try to prove it false. And that's the way the scientific method should work, is you have a hypothesis and you try your absolute best to disprove the shit out of that hypothesis, right? So, when I used to teach LSAT prep, and LSAT prep, you know, so you're taking the test and people are like, how do you do this in order to, you know, how do you approach this best? And the way the LSAT works, you know, if you have the short answer thing where it's got like some paragraph, and it'll be like, you know, it'll have some short passage, you know, just like a couple of paragraphs about something. And then it'll have like, which of the following is most likely to be true given the above, or something like that. And what I tell people is, for each of those answers, what you want to do is attack that answer. Try to prove that answer wrong. Because the correct answer is the one you cannot make wrong. It's the one that will hold up to any of your attacks. So many people, when they see the 5 multiple choice things, they look for the one that they're looking for the right answer. And looking for the right answer is not how you should be doing this. What you should be doing instead is trying to show each of the answers is the wrong answer. So all of these disciplines really deserve to face testing by people who are hostile to the disciplines. And so I've talked about how I want to do this I've talked about how I want to do this with, what do you call it? You know, ballistic fingerprinting. But I mean, you could equally do this with handwriting analysis. And the problem with the handwriting analysis here is that he is given the answer before he starts. Or one of the problems is he's given the answer before he starts. And so it is a problem, right? It's a real issue. But anyway, here she goes. So yeah. It's not exactly how you science. Chemistry is a little bit different because chemistry follows different rules than, say, the question of, I mean, let's imagine you have a guy coming in and he says, this guy comes into your office and says, I'm a psychic. I can read minds. And you say, okay, so if I hold a card up, you can read what the card is, right? You're not trying to test to prove the guy right. You're trying to show, you're going to try to show that the guy is wrong. So that's the thing, right? Because if you're just trying to show the guy right, you could do things like, you hold up a card, you look at it, and then you go, did you think Queen of Hearts? And the guy says, yes, I did. And you're like, awesome. This guy's getting 100%. You want to show something that is going to show him wrong if he's not psychic, right? So that's kind of the key thing there. Okay.
And then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says in the one you're using that the question unknown were not authored by the same person and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right?
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
Sure.
All right.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman.
Does your wife ever... This is the dumbest question.
And I see you're a married man
Yes.
on your wedding ring.
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony. Go ahead with
Okay.
your next question. Sustained.
And is it
What the fuck does this guy's wife have any relevance to this trial? She's trying to say, oh, wives sometimes sign for their husbands. This guy's specific wife doesn't mean anything, right? This guy doesn't mean shit. And I can tell you the number of times I have signed something for my wife is, I think, 0. And the number of times she signed something for me is also, I think, 0. Like we're adults. We can sign our own nameses. So, yeah.
my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Did you, in fact, Were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
And the thing is that she gets it in, but on redirect, that gets cleaned up. Because she's like, you were subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents. He's like, yeah, I was. I was cleared. And the other guy was fired.
Your Honor. Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
All right. And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely.
It's like, oh, right. The guy who I was like, oh shit. When Nestor was like, he was accused of falsifying documents, I was like, oh shit. And then it just turns out to be like a complete nothing burger by the end of it.
Accused by a law enforcement officer.
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you
This guy getting falsely accused by a law enforcement officer is not a dunk that she thought it was.
aware that the whole science of forensic science of I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection, misstates the source. I noticed you grabbed her memo. There is
Foundation,
no-
Mr. Ernst. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation, Ms. Nestor?
Certainly, certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national? I'm sorry, I need to get a little bit more. Sorry. Are you familiar with the National Resource Council report titled "Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States: A Path Forward"?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also
So basically, she's like, isn't it true that handwriting analysis is, is kind of shit? And the thing is I'm on her side on that one. It is kind of shit. So, like, correct. That is a good, good assessment there. Yeah. This guy was so pissed after you brought that up. I mean, you would be pissed too, right? Okay, let's cover the super chats that we got in the meantime. Bottoms up says Law Abiding Rebel. For the goal says Joe Loy. Thank you so much. Pamela Wissenbach says Tortosauna payment. Thank you. Jolene, my birthday was Saturday. Yay, being old. Happy birthday, Jolene. The thing is that being old is better than the alternatives because everybody gets old unless they don't. Gwynny Bly, my signature from 30 years ago looks nothing like now, despite being the same letters and pretty flourish. All the angles and shape are different. They do change over time. All right. So, yeah, ballistics too. You're not wrong. All right. So we're going to jump to our last. Yeah. Hey, you know that thing you do as a profession? It's complete BS, right? Nobody trying to hear that. The thing is that unfortunately there are a lot of these professions that are actually complete BS. So it's a thing. All right, we're gonna jump to the last witness of today, and they also played Kouri Richins' 911 call. I'm not gonna play the 911 call, and the reason why I'm not gonna play the 911 call is because it's Kouri Richins. I mean, you've heard it already if you've been watching this trial, but it's Kouri Richins making sounds that like are so close to what dogs can only hear. And we wish that they were noises that only dogs could hear. Because, oh my God, her voice in that is so miserable. And she doesn't say anything particularly relevant. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh, so people are like, don't skip Woody. Okay, we'll cover her briefly.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Jamie Woody?
You spell the last name Woody.
Yes.
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a deputy with the sheriff's office in March 2022?
Yes.
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
In March of 2022, were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes.
Had you assisted in death investigations?
Yes.
What was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically attended or unattended, expected or not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
I'm just going to note poisonings are actually really rare. People very rarely poison each other as a thing. And the thing I was kind of wondering about is that she went from detective to canine officer. What did she fuck up? Because normally detective is higher up than canine officer. So, like, okay. All right.
Do you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
To do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
Is that just random, essentially?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes.
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with his sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
Amy.
Did what she told you inform you how you approached what you did once you entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
All right. So we're going to skip through. She doesn't really say much of any interest, but people have been waiting for Officer Woody for the entire trial. And yeah, I didn't think she had a whole lot to really matter as compared to this guy. We're going to go to the interesting one. Many departments will circulate detectives in their CID to reduce burnout and emotional psychological stress. Doesn't mean she messed up a case or did anything wrong. You're not wrong. It's just it just seems odd. The other thing is that K9 is a long-term posting. Mildred Katie says Nestor smoking guns, keep firing blanks. K9 is a long-term posting because once you get into K9, you've got a dog. and the dog is trained, right? The dog is specially trained. Yeah, she explains that she wanted to be a canine officer. But like how do I put this? If you are a canine officer, the dog is worth more than you are. The dog is worth more than you are. And it's not close, because the officer is easier to replace than the dog is. And like you stay with the dog for the entire, time. And so once you are in canine, you're there, right? Like that's where you're at. And yeah, you so be aware of that, right? In the military, dogs outrank humans, so that hitting them is a superior officer. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I love my dogs. I get it. And I mean, it would be kind of cool to have Zora be like there working with you the entire time. Except Zora is useless. Zora would be only helpful if there was like a pizza that needed to be eaten. Okay, so let's see this guy.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, take your time and please watch your step.
Thank you. All right, how's this?
Sound great.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF, that's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion. My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
So I just want to say here, one thing is that somebody says relevance. They're allowed to. Nobody's going to object to that, right? Nobody's going to object to like what is going on with this guy. I'm just going to say this guy actually seems he seems really good at his job, right? He seems really competent. He just also comes off like a bit of a dick, and we'll talk about that.
So are you taking any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind in my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
What, sir, is your occupation?
I'm a licensed private investigator in the state of Utah.
I'm guessing that he is what is it? I guess that he is prescribed some of the good pain medication, not and definitely not like Sudafed and so forth. So yeah.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered. I can't really think of anything else that is sort of a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
That is a great answer for, you know, I like this guy. I don't like this guy. Yeah.
You mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
Never.
Except now. So, yeah.
Did there come a time shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022. She asked that I contact her client, Katie Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint. That's Katie Richins Benson and Clint Benson at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation. I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant in this case against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
And to be clear, the lawsuit involved Katie Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Katie Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee.
Correct.
Or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So,
Yeah, we find out he made $125 an hour. I'm just going to say, this guy's a really, really skilled PI. Like, I was impressed as fuck with like what all he can do, what all he did on this file. And he charges $125 per hour. This guy is an absolute fucking bargain. Absolute bargain. 100%. So yeah, I would be happy hiring this guy at $500 an hour or more. This guy's good at what he does. So skipping ahead a little bit here.
Contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
no,
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent of the County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
On June
In fact, it sounds like to the extent the county attorney's office was involved, it was that they found him kind of annoying. That they like didn't provide him the, they wouldn't provide him with like the 911 call or various other things. So
the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the County Attorney's Office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the county attorney's office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case. My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is. Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is? Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped. And we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that two hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number one, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number two, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So
that's a line the jury just heard. So, yeah.
As the case proceeds, and I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people, I look at documents or things or other devices. All of that data gets fed into one of those two hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it deny it? Does this evidence make it more likely that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation. And sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case. Pretty straightforward. Two competing hypotheses.
Sir, you just mentioned that in testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews whenever possible. This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario if someone were to allege that I had done something improper or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all.
He doesn't want to get sued is a big thing there, right?
Be protection for me by recording that contact. So that is the primary objective of documenting an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. There's some difficulty that they have with that. So they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about.
As a lawyer, I kind of appreciated the fuck out of that. He's like, it's hard to get a lawyer to watch the whole interview. They need a summary. That you got to babysit the lawyers. The lawyers are a bunch of idiots. And I'm like, he's not wrong. The thing is that there's different stages in the litigation, right? And early on, you want a summary because, like, what happened in this interview, right? And later on, you have to go through and watch everything. Now, the funny thing on this one, on this little quote here, is that Nestor takes it personally. Like, I thought it was funny. I was like, you're not wrong, sir. We are a bunch of lazy sacks of crap. Thank you. Nestor takes it personally. And so when she is doing her cross-examination, one of the things she says is, well, I watched all the interviews, and it's like, okay. The thing is, how do I put this? I would rather he generate a summary, and I can use that to get a 1,000-yard view of what all is going on in a file, versus I have to watch every interview before I have any clue, right? Because I wasn't there for the interview. He was. So the summaries are useful, But later on, you've got to actually go and watch everything, right?
And I type those up based upon the recording that I made, and I typed up those later, or I may have an agent type those for me from the recording, and then I'll review the report and sign off on it, and then it'll go into the file. So that would be my process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45, probably, somewhere in that department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify yourself?
I mean, of course he's getting paid right now. Obviously, he's getting paid right now. He's doing work, right? Like he's doing work. Obviously, he's getting paid right now. So, yeah.
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough. But other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
I start
Who, for
another
example,
goal
are some
just
of the
because,
people that you interviewed?
yeah.
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number.
I don't know actually which side is pay or who's paying him for this appearance. Could be, right? So, yeah.
Of people involved in Eric's
All right,
business and personal life.
We're gonna jump ahead.
My process.
And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because my focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me. I was never in that house without Clint Benson's authorization. I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there. And so he would join up later. It's possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device. So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was generally there, I would say so, yes.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
This testimony brought to you by GoPro. Get the new GoPro. I mean, GoPros are great. GoPro, call me. We should do a sponsorship thing. So, yeah.
Did you ever remove it? Well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, audio, GoPro, all of that.
Yeah.
Did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinney and Nebeker letterhead on the top. And they were either communications between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope. And as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinney and Nebeker and handed it over.
I actually really like that answer. He's like, I got solicitor client, I ran into solicitor client letters, so I packed them up and gave them to the lawyers without reading them. And look, you can see Kouri Richins' response.
Envelope into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinney and Nebeker and handed it over.
Kouri, your face. Stop facing with the face. Like, whatever you're doing with your face, you need to not. It's rare that I say somebody should like just go and get Botox to hell. But I feel like Kouri needs Botox to the point where her face just is basically a side of beef. Because like just Botox that until it just is done, right? And until it's just a porcelain mask, because if the jury's watching her, they're not super thrilled by this.
There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys' things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Service.
I said that the people who were like saying Kouri Richins is ugly, etc., are off base. She is pretty. She just also needs to not move the face in court. Like outside of court, she can do whatever with her face she wants, right? Outside of court, she can, but in court, she needs to not be grimacing. She needs to not be shaking her head. She needs to not be rolling her eyes. She needs to not be, all of these things that she's doing and making the facial expressions. That's what I mean is she needs to stop facing, because all of the things that she's doing with her face are bad. So, I mean, whether she's pretty or not is not the question. The question is the jury seeing her making stupid ass expressions that suck, right? So, yeah. Like, if it were lawful to do so, if the court would let me, I would totally have my clients wearing a paper bag in court. I mean, they'd probably make me put eye holes and air holes in the bag, but I'm not really, So it wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it's not a bad way to go.
Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And I believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents that were now the property of Katie Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that, we would generally safekeep for ourselves. And I turned those over to my client.
All right. We're going to jump now to cross. And we're going to see, this guy comes out spicy at the outset of the cross. And yeah.
You can stay seated. They will understand.
I prefer to stand.
Oh, all right. Very good, sir. We're ready for the jury.
I just want to also say this guy put in a ton of work. He put in a ton of legwork. He was super fucking diligent. And he got this thing to a murder prosecution when the police got this to, I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. So the guy's really good, right? He's really good. But if I was hiring this guy, like let's say this guy came to Canada and was like, all right, I want to be a private eye. I would hire this guy in a second, especially if he was still charging $125 an hour. I would be like, all right, you're getting all of my fucking work. But the one thing I would talk to him about is don't do some of the stuff you do on cross. You gotta. So let's watch this. I started a goal for pouring another drink. I've got some rum here that I could have a sip of.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
Depends on jurisdiction. In Canada, the answer is maybe. The answer is sometimes. So, yeah.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you.
Still a bargain. Still a great deal.
All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please,
Nestor,
the court.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I've ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So
this I thought was what is it? I thought this was a wonderful start here.
good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I've ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make.
You know, when you say nice to meet you to a witness, you know what the witness usually says? They usually say nice to meet you. What does this guy do? He just cold ass fishes that shit. And I'm like, okay, this guy is gonna throw some attitude. And I mean, at this point, she's being friendly. She's being nice. And he's like, okay, you know, nice to meet you. And he's like, I bet it is. This is not actually what I want from a witness. What I want for a witness is for him to come out being friendly, being polite. You know, when she says nice to meet you, I'd like him to say nice to meet you, right? And I see people saying she's not being friendly, she's being condescending. So just be nice. Be nicer than she is.
Make it crystal clear. You are not law enforcement.
And yeah, I get this too. My guy's probably ready to fuck off and go take some pain meds. I also feel that too. Because I mean, I'm in pain a lot, and sometimes it affects my ability to people. Sometimes it affects my ability to like be, how do I put this? One day my wife came home and I had really fucked my back, right? And it was just, my back was so bad. I was in so much pain. And she's like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, I need you to leave me alone because I am in so much pain. I cannot be, we're going to fight if we talk because I cannot everything hurts. Everything. So, and she's like, I get it. What do you need? And I'm like, I'm going to go take a bath. And she's like, right, cool. You know, we're good. Like, let me know if you need anything. But, and this is part of why I love Mrs. Runkle is because when I'm sitting there, like, my back is so bad that I cannot be a civilized human being. She's like, I get it. We're gonna leave you alone, right? But you know, you're on the stand there, so yeah.
Enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay.
He's got this smile here, and the thing is, he's like, I've never been law enforcement my whole life. I'm fucking better. Don't ever accuse me of being law enforcement. I'm the guy who came in and solved this national interest murder case when law enforcement was sitting around with their thumb mining for gold. So I also just love his general facial expression, but yeah.
And the rules and ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to licensed law enforcement?
Yeah, he's got more rules. He's got less power.
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
But for example, you don't.
The other problem is that she needs to realize this is a smart witness who is cagey as fuck. And she's really bad at asking precise questions. She asks these sloppy ass questions and he doesn't have time for it. He doesn't, he doesn't have, and so she'll ask these like sloppy questions and he'll be like, no, that is not true. I see people comparing him to Robert Picardo, the doctor from Voyager. Yes, except that this guy is funnier and it's not close.
Have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So
He's like, you need to know what the fuck you're doing. And there are moments in this cross where she just completely, where I was like, how do you not know this?
if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents,
Mhm.
you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
She, like, he can't get a warrant. He's not able to get a warrant. He's not allowed to get a warrant because he has less power. So, like, if this dude comes to my house and is like, I want to search your house, I can be like, fuck off, bald guy. Like, I'm allowed to tell this guy to go fuck himself. And he would, like, nod and, like, smile at me with that kind of, like, smirky half smile, and he'd leave. Whereas if the police come to my house and they're like, I want to search your house, and I'm like, get the fuck out, they can go and potentially apply for a warrant. This guy never can. The reason why he was allowed to search is because he had permission. And permission is better than a warrant, but permission is also available to any random jackass. So let's say I go to my neighbor's house and I go, hey, neighbor, I would like to search your house. If the neighbor says, okay, then I can search their house, right? And the neighbor can change their mind. He can be like, no, you don't get to search the house. He can, like, throw me out midway through. But if he gives me permission to search, then I can search. So right now she's like, you don't have to get a warrant. And he can't get a warrant, but he's operating fully within the law. She's trying to suggest that this guy's like some cowboy, and he's not actually being a cowboy here. He's actually acting 100% within the law. And this is part of why these two are not getting along.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes,
And in fact, Clint gave you a key,
yes,
and you had that key to use at your discretion.
yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there, and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up. But there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key, and you'd go in.
Yes,
He's like, I already testified to this. Okay.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've
Yes.
watched all the videos,
yes.
and
Do you see what she did there? Because I watched all the videos. It's like, you don't have to take it fucking personal. She's like she's trying to poke back, and this is not where she should be poking back. She should have just said, like, Nestor fucks this up. Quite frankly, Nestor deals with this guy badly. I don't like that this witness is throwing this much shade. I would have wanted him, if he was my witness, to throw less shade. But Nestor is sucking, and she's going to suck even worse. It's going to be so bad.
You would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, Counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter that premises at will.
Right. So if he got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
Do you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things?
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay. Now, you were not.
She's coming at this, and I'm like, okay, where are you gonna land a punch here? This is such a frustrating exchange because how do I put this? If Nestor was less of a wanker, you would be pissed at this witness right now. And you would also be pissed at this witness if this guy was a witness in, like, for the prosecution in the Karen Reed trial. You guys would be hating this guy, right? You'd be just hating this dude right now. The problem is that Nestor is no Alessi. He's no Yannetti. He's no Jackson, right? Alessi, Yannetti, Jackson, they're all really, they're good at what they do. They're really skilled. And, but they're also, she comes off like she's being shitty here. But also, people like snark from a witness more when they like the side the witness is on, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No.
And this is a good question, but would he behave this way with a reasonable attorney? I don't know. I don't know. That said, I still love the shit out of this witness. I just have criticisms for him as well. Like, he comes off as a little too punchy, a little too snarky, and I want him to be nicer than Nestor if he's my witness. That's what I want, right? I want him to be killing Nestor with kindness, and instead he's just killing Nestor. Like, he's killing Nestor with violence. So, yeah.
That's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
And the thing is, let me just look at this point.
You got permitted access.
I've already testified
Let me just point to this little exchange here.
to that.
Okay. Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
Why the fuck do you need the witness to help you, Nestor? This witness is not on your side. And you need, like, one of the things I need to do as a lawyer is I need to know the witness's story better than the witness knows it. You absolutely need to know their case better than they know it. You remember in the Uvalde trial when you saw Nico LaHood and the one witness makes this comment and LaHood corrects him and is like, that's not correct, is it? It's this other thing, right? That's where you want to be. You want to be in a situation where you know the case so well you're not asking questions because you don't know the answer. You're asking questions because you need the witness to say the words. You need the words to come out of the witness. But you also need to be in a position where if the witness starts going off, going sideways, going whatever, that you can smack them down and be like, that's not true, is it? Where the sweet spot of witness cross-examination, the place you want a witness to get to. When it's a witness, you're trying to, you're not just trying to elicit a few more details, but you need to actually go after this witness. You want to get them to the point where that witness is scared to disagree with you because that witness has tried it, and every time they've disagreed at you, you have been able to be like, that's not true. Let me show you. Let me tell you. And every time, and so you want it to be that this witness is so certain that you know their story better than they do. And then you can just dog walk them through where you want them to be. She is unable to, not only is she not able to dog walk this guy, she couldn't walk a fucking fish. She doesn't know what she's asking. She's fumbling around, and she's asking questions that she hopes the answer is helpful, and she's got no ability to back it up.
The house was released by the Summit County Sheriff's on the 8th.
Okay.
That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was
And this guy knows his case.
the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
Was
Would
it
you
May 8th?
re-ask the question,
Was
Ms.
it May
Nestor?
May 8th.
sorry, was it May? Would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got?
Are you kidding me? She's getting dates wrong. Okay. It's a choice.
Got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay.
He's
And-
like, it can't surprise me. I don't remember. So, yeah.
And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th,
Yep.
in the early morning hours
Yep.
of 2022,
Yep.
and May 8th of 2023, were you ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got in that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
Okay. And
And he's like, and I fucking solved it. I came to a 1-year-old cold case, and I cracked that shit while the cops were sitting around doing fuck all. I mean, if I run into this guy, I would buy him a beer. I just think he's too snarky for my liking. The only reason his level of snark works and why people are like, all right, I like this guy, and not everybody does like this guy, is because Nestor is such a wanker, right? And the thing is, Nestor was doing so good on Friday. The entire defense team got an error-free day on Friday, and they're back to fucking it up. And you might be saying, wait a minute, Runkle, was there court? No, that's why.
you mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified
See, the thing is, I don't think this guy's being dishonest. I think he's just being snarky.
the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many?
This guy's a very cagey witness. She tries to frame something and he's like, I'm not accepting your framing. Here is how I would say it. This guy's testified in a whole lot of cases. He has seen all of the traps, and like, you can't trap this guy. She's trying to like lay snares for him, and it's not working because he sees them coming.
Oh, I don't know, 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions,
Yeah.
you found things the police had missed.
Yeah. Oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
The
told
police
them.
never
Sorry.
get everything, ever.
Right. Well,
It's
not going to
true in
argue.
every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back. Here's where it is.
This is funny.
Yeah. Oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
The
told
police
them.
never
Sorry.
get everything, ever.
Right. Well,
It's
not going to
true in
argue.
every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that.
He's like, if you want a good job, don't call the cops. Call me. I'm better than the cops. I am like, and the thing is, he's not wrong. Like, I'm impressed by this guy. And if I was writing like a detective story, I would totally base a character on him. Because, yeah.
That one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back. Here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I
They-
can't answer that.
Well, you're
And this is the other thing. Like, this guy is so much like, he's been at this for like 40 years. He knows all the traps. So when she's like, and they know this, he's like, how would I know what they know? I'm not a mind reader. She could ask questions like, they told you this, and he could say yes. But if you ask the stupid question, this guy is going to dunk on you. So I'm sad. This is good rum, and the bottle is almost empty. We're gonna finish it. It is sad when you finish a bottle of something that is good, but yeah. Sad face. A moment of silence for the bottle. We hit the goal, so that's why I'm pouring the rum. I wonder how many times he's testified. Lots.
calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did
True.
any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
Where the fuck is she going with this? Like, did the police ever not want relevant evidence? Like, okay, all right.
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no, that is not the converse of your hypothetical,
Okay.
and I do not agree with.
The converse might be that they just take the, that they take the evidence when he gives it to them, right?
Your assessment.
Okay. Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea.
Stop asking this guy to be a mind reader. It's a sucker trap, and he's not going to do it. Runkle, have you ever had to testify? That'll be our next goal. We'll put that as a goal. Because that's an excellent question. There we go. That's our next goal. All right. Yeah. She's asking him, like, what do the police feel? This guy is too cagey to fall into that. And she keeps trying. Like, you try that one once. Once you see that you've got a witness who is going to, like, to stonewall you on that one, You don't try again.
As to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in without a...
And you know what? I believe him. He's like, if the police told me to stop like investigating, fuck them. I don't need their permission. 100%. He like 100%.
warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion.
My cross-examination of this guy would have been like 5 minutes tops. Hello, sir. I understand you're in a lot of pain. I'm going to try to keep this short so that you can get back home. And, you know, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I just have a few questions for you. First, you are paid, like you were hired by the family of, of Eric Richins, right? Yeah. Your client is, who are your clients? Okay, here's the clients. All right. And the sum total of money they paid you on this was over $100,000? Yes. And you were hired to facilitate a civil suit, correct? Yes. Okay, done. We done here. we good. Because she's in the weeds right now. No, I'm sorry. She's not in the weeds. She's in the bramble patch. Are you guys familiar with the story of Briar Rabbit? Briar Rabbit sitting there like, please don't throw me in the bramble patch. And the reason why Briar Rabbit is like, don't throw me in the bramble patch is because Briar Rabbit loves being in the bramble patch. It's where he's fucking king. Anyone else going in the bramble patch is just getting ripped to shit, whereas Briar Rabbit is like, this is where I live. This guy is Briar Rabbit. This guy is deep in the bramble patch, and she's trying to chase him through the thorns, and he's just sitting there going, I'm going to watch you rip your shit up as you try to chase me. Like, this guy is kicking her ass. This is the kind of witness that you need to get in, hit, get out. And that's it. Right? So that's it.
When the police showed up, they executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device. Okay. So yeah, I would. I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly.
Can I just do a random interjection? Mrs. Runkle just texted me. Mrs. Runkle has a frustrated moment. And let me tell you what the frustrated moment is, but I need to pause for just a second in order to go get a visual aid for why Mrs. Runkle is frustrated. And so I'll be right back. You guys will laugh, and you will laugh real hard. 1 second. And where do I Let's see. Okay, we are back, and we're going to turn off the ducks. We're going to turn the camera back on. So Mrs. Runkle just texted me, and she was like, that's baby Zora in the thing. So Mrs. Runkle went to the fridge to get a ginger ale, a Canada Dry. This is the best ginger ale, by the way. So she went to the fridge to get a ginger ale. And she's like, hey, I screwed up when I was getting a ginger ale, and there's a drink that's open for you. Because this is Clamato pickled bean. And you can see the colors are very similar. And this one contains clam juice and pickle juice and is everything Mrs. Runkle does not want in a beverage. This one is sweet, fizzy deliciousness. And she was like, why? Why did you leave that in my fridge? And yeah, it she's like, you've got to come drink this because yeah. I was amused as heck. She was like, why? Okay, so back to things here. Yeah,
Written by Eric, called the My Princess Letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a baby cakes letter. I don't know if I remember
That's it.
My Princess. Is that the same
That's
one?
the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
So when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I'm in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down in the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over.
She's like, weren't you tampering with the evidence? And he's like, no. She's trying to take a stab at him for like messing with the evidence. And he's like, go fuck yourself. This may be a moronic question, but is Canadian Canada Dry the same as American Canada Dry? I don't know. I do know that Coca-Cola is very different in Canada versus the US. There's a number of other products that are very different in Canada versus the US. So, for example, Heinz ketchup. If you get Heinz ketchup in the US, it tastes to me like candy. And the reason why is because in Canada, Heinz ketchup is much less sugar and much more salt, whereas the US is much less salt and much more sugar. So when you try Heinz ketchup in the US, it tastes to me like I can't eat it. It's just too sugary. And yeah, the US in general, so many things are sugary. Like the bread in the US tastes like cake. Everything, yeah. All dressed chips are much different, to EDB's chagrin. I sent EDB the last time I saw EDB in Nashville, I brought her a suitcase full of like all dressed chips. So yeah.
And I didn't have a video recorder, so I was recording by audio, and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know, but
Let me stop you for just a minute.
okay.
Oh, I'm
You
sure
left
she
the
did.
letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter
not
on the master
BravoCon,
bed.
it was,
I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
CrimeCon.
And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
Oh my God. This one, I was just shouting at the screen. Shouting.
They're going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay.
So she is like, you moved this thing around, you villain. And I am just going to say this one does not land. And by doesn't land, I mean it doesn't land in the same way as like a child playing with a hand grenade doesn't land. Yeah. By the way, she keeps saying Tesla because a Tesla is an expensive car. So she keeps saying that this guy's got a Tesla because it's expensive and also because a bunch of people hate Elon Musk. So she's like, did you put it in your Tesla? Because she's trying to get the jury to dislike this guy because she's got nothing the fuck else.
So you found it where?
And I mean, EDB drives a Tesla. I've been in her Tesla. You know what my thought was when I was in her Tesla? I was like, I fucking want one of these. It was a nice car. I cannot afford a Tesla, but maybe one day.
Sir.
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis.
Keep in mind, the last car I purchased was $8,000. So, and that's not counting the like rust bucket truck I bought just because it's gonna, whatever. But like, for me, an $8,000 truck or $8,000 vehicle is and that's Canadian dollars. So for me, that's like that's sort of where I'm, where I'm at. But so a Tesla to me is really freaking expensive. Cause yeah.
To get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County. So it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it, and so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie,
Correct.
and Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And then all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it.
No.
Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
So she takes this big, long freaking wind up on this, right? This giant wind up.
Well, I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we play?
So you see that this guy is kind of kicking her ass just by being really exact on things.
For the witness only clip TG10.
By the way, we're going to just watch it cross.
Yes, sir.
We're going to watch this cross straight through because I want to see every, yeah. So, I mean, I know we're doing a recap, but this cross is important, and it is very much a time that she should be drinking. And in fact, if they'd let her, that water glass should have vodka in it. They won't let her, but yeah.
No sounds necessary.
Okay.
Pantufel, would you please answer my super chat from earlier? Yes, let me find it. Sorry, I normally read super chats at sort of intervals, but if Kouri's so innocent, why not give up clients she supposedly bought drugs for and subpoena them to testify? She's willing to life it for them. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think Kouri is innocent. I think she's getting convicted. And I think factually she, I am, certain beyond what I consider to be a reasonable doubt that she did it. So, yeah.
I'm gonna kind of wait till we get to the computer part. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that, which is 173. It's GXO 1.
Why is she sitting there going you should not have to figure out what the fuck you want to ask this guy midway through. You should just be you should just immediately be on the ball with what you want to ask him next. Come on.
0073. Do you have that one?
I mean, she's dumb enough to testify, but I don't think she's going to. I don't think she should testify, but I won't be shocked if she does. So,
okay.
Christ, she sounds like a rooster.
Keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable. Yep, I'll go back to that. It's going to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor. So we'll get to that. You don't recall.
I'm going to say, I do feel for this guy. I was like, why doesn't he have this thing on at the beginning? But I also feel for this guy because it would not surprise me if one day I've got one of these or something like that because my back is fucked. So I think he didn't want to have to wear this thing specifically because I don't know. I suspect that he finds it kind of embarrassing. So
all putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that. Yes. But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd
So-
have to see the video.
So you,
That's why I make them.
you removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it?
I don't recall that. No, I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Oh, she's getting killed. It's just. So basically, she's been lining up for like the past 20 minutes that she's sitting there and she is like, she's like winding up. And it turns out this entire time she's been putting her dick in a car door and now she's just going to slam it as hard as she can.
Also, you mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay. So you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet. Is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drove it to a locksmith
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
You've got to understand this witness. You cannot, like you should say, you and the locksmith gained entry to the safe. Stop fucking asking like sloppy ass questions. You busted into the safe. He's like, no, I didn't. A, the locksmith did the thing, and B, he didn't bust into shit. What the fuck are you up to? Also, can I just say she's a criminal defense lawyer? Part of my job as a criminal defense lawyer is understanding how criminals work. When I have a criminal client who's in my office and he's like, yeah, I got into the safe, I'm like, how'd you get into the safe? Because I want to know how my clients operate. I want to know how they think. I want to know if the Crown's theories as to, and the prosecution is the Crown here in Canada, I want to know if the prosecution's theories as to how crime happens are consistent with what crime actually happens. And so part of my job is understanding how to crime. Now, I'm not going to say I would be a good criminal because, there's a difference between having an intellectual understanding of how to pick a lock versus actually doing it. I'm bad at the doing it. I've tried. But she should have a better understanding of this because she just fiddle fucks her way through this part of the cross. And I was screaming at this. I was just like, how do you not know this? How do you not know this?
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping. It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay, so there are two different kinds of bumping that are relevant to this. So the first kind of bumping, which is not what he's talking about, is what is often called lock bumping. And what lock bumping is you take a specially prepared key. And when I say specially prepared, you just you can do this in 2 minutes with a Dremel, right? It's specially prepared in the sense that it's, it's made, but it's not super fancy. You then put that key into the lock and you tap it with a mallet. And what it does, I need to embiggen for this. So a lock is a series of pins. and the pins are at different levels on springs. And so what that means is that the lock has these interlocking pins, and when it's in its ordinary state, those pins are misaligned, right? They don't line up. So some pins are up, some pins are down. You can see sort of like, whatever, right? And so what you're trying to do with what your key does is your key slides into the lock and it lifts some pins up higher than others until finally all of the pins line up neatly on a line that is called the shear line. That shear line is the line where the lock rotates to open. And so basically you've got, what objects do I have? So here we go. We got two random objects. Okay, we got this ammo box and this dice box. The two pieces of the lock sit like this with the pins inside them. And then when the lock opens, it opens like this. It turns like that. But the only way it can do that is if the pins are all lined up at the shear line such that they aren't blocking that rotation from happening, right? So that is that's kind of the thing. Now, what a bump key does is when you tap it, it just inserts a bunch of energy into the equation. It kicks all of those pins up. And so when you bump it and you send all of the pins up above the shear line, and then you ideally sort of turn it such that it all you've basically bypassed and tricked the the lock. That is lock bumping. However, this is not lock bumping. What he's talking about is bumping the safe, which is a different thing. So the safe is made of metal or whatever else, right? And at the end of the day, the safe is secured by you got your safe, and then you've got like a bolt or whatever else that slides in, right? And prevents it from opening, right? So, you've got your safe wall and you've got your safe door, and then there's a piece that slides from this part, the door, like the wall, into the door such that it won't turn, right? The thing is that these things may be made of flexible materials such that if you apply energy here, you might be able to bend the things such that when the door bends away, the catch pops out. That's what he's talking about, right? So I'm sitting here going like, how do you not know about these very common burglary techniques? Because these are things you absolutely should know as a criminal defense lawyer, right? You absolutely need to know this. And he doesn't. He does. She doesn't. And I'm like, this is supposed to be in your wheelhouse. This is supposed to be what you know. And she doesn't.
Okay, but you didn't have a combination.
I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it open, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
And when you
So they bump it open by dropping it. When it hits, the materials flex and the door pops open. Right? Awesome. So he's bumping the electric solenoid and the spring that holds it at rest. That might be the case too. It might be a solenoid. If it's a solenoid lock, then it wouldn't be a key lock. He thought it was a key. If it was a solenoid, then it's not that. Solenoid locks are equally vulnerable to being bumped because. So let's talk about what a solenoid is. A solenoid is basically a pin and a spring and a magnet, an electromagnet. And so the way that works is that when you put in the combo properly, the electromagnet pulls the thing in, and then the pin slides out and you can open the door, right? So that's a solenoid lock. Solenoid locks fucking suck. Solenoid locks are a great way to get your shit broken into because A, they're vulnerable to an impact because the only thing that holds that pin in is the spring. And so if you hit something, then when it gets hit, the spring can move, right? So that's one aspect. The other thing that solenoid locks have a big problem with is you just take a great big freaking magnet, right? Because the solenoid is moved by an electromagnet. So if you take a big magnet to it, the magnet goes ka-chunk, right? And it can happen. So solenoids are the worst. There are so many of these little like gun safes or small safes or whatever that rely on solenoids, and they are vulnerable as hell to this. So don't use them if you need actual security, but they work fine for like casual security. You can also, I disagree about all solenoid locks being a problem, though. Set up correctly, they can be very secure too. I have seen solenoid lock setups that were decent. One of them that I saw that I was actually kind of impressed by was a double solenoid setup. I've seen solenoid locks that are set up with indicators for if they're getting screwed up with magnets or bumped or whatever. But by themselves, a solenoid is not fantastic. So anyway, she should know this. This should be like in her sphere of knowledge.
For doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
I see all the electronics locks use it. That is not entirely true. There are some electronic locks, better electronic locks, use stepper motors. And so what a stepper motor is you've got your pin, like you've got your bolt that locks the thing. And I know I don't need to explain this to you, Andrex T. I'm explaining it to the chat. And that's on a gear. And then the motor just turns. And so the motor pulls it out or pushes it in, right? So the stepper motor is better because the stepper motor cannot be messed with by dropping it or bumping it. It also can't be messed with by slapping a magnet on it. So, yeah. Runkle sure does know a lot about locks. Not really. I know people who know a lot about locks. And the thing is I know enough about locks to know how my criminal clients break into them and so forth. So, yeah. Raise your hand if you're actively pulling out the firmware and electronic safe so you can decompile it right now. I have a design that I want to build for a gun safe that nobody will ever use because it'll be expensive, but we'll see.
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up.
You see her. Okay. She's getting killed by this witness, and she is like, yeah.
And there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to recall.
No, there fucking weren't. There were magazines from guns in there. You're a defense lawyer. You need to know the difference between clips and magazines. Because if this guy was a firearm expert and you went with, there were clips, this guy could just be like, nope, there was not a single clip in there. And she'd be like, well, what are these? And he's like, those are magazines. You need to know this shit. Nico LaHood got clips versus magazines right. Somebody saying, please tell us. Okay, let me tell you what the let me tell you the difference. All right. If this thing will open. All right. So, clip versus magazine, a brief lesson in firearm operation. Okay. So, this is a magazine. It is loaded with 9mm hollow points. This magazine, the way it works is if I had a gun here, which we're not going to show a gun on stream, but you have the gun, right? The gun's in your hand. You slide the magazine into the gun, and then the magazine feeds into the chamber, right? So the magazine feeds the chamber of the firearm. That's a magazine. A magazine is basically a box with a spring and a follower and all of that. So that's a magazine. And now here, this is a fun one. Does Runkle have a clip? Runkle has a clip. Ready to go. This is a clip. And you'll notice the difference between the clip and the magazine. The magazine is a box that contains all the rounds. The clip is this little metal strippy thing that is holding the rounds in place. And what the clip is for is you've got this is a clip for an SKS. And so what you do is you've got your rifle, you put the clip into the rifle, and then you push the rounds from the clip, and the clip empties the rounds into the magazine of the firearm. So, I mean, you can see the difference. This is a clip. There's no springs. There's no anything. It is just a thing that holds the rounds. What is it? What caliber are those bullets in the clip? These are 7.62 by 39. These are the kinds of cartridges that fit into an SKS or an AK-47. So, yeah. Clip versus magazine. And the thing is that, it won't unless I show a firearm. How will it show? How does it hold them? It's got little grooves. It's got little, they slide in, and so the little, you see how there's that rim? The rim fits under the clip, and the clip's got little lips that hold it. Clips are rare. Most guns do not take clips. Most guns take magazines. And the thing is, the reason why this is important to know, if you are a criminal defense lawyer, you see how this guy is being very precise about how he addresses questions, right? If you have this guy who is about guns, and you say, okay, so you found 5 clips at the scene, and he says, no. And you're like, what do you mean there weren't 5 clips at the scene? He says, I didn't find any clips at the scene. And you're like, well, there's a picture. And he's like, those are magazines. And now you're getting dunked on by the witness in front of potentially a jury because you don't know the meaning of these 2 words. You're a defense lawyer. Never, ever, as a defense lawyer, say clips when you mean magazines. And she doesn't know. And frustrates me.
All exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry. You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop. So can we queue up for the witness only GXO10073?
Yeah.
All right, they're going to get him on the laptop. Here they go. They've been waiting for like 30 minutes of wind up to get him on this laptop.
That's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay.
She was just winding up for like half an hour to go after this guy. And it's his laptop. Like, you needed to know this before you spent half an hour winding up to this big gotcha moment of you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. How? Oh my God. So I know you're thinking, I saw a couple people in the chat going, why is Runkle talking so much about, like, you know, clip versus magazine, talking about bullets? Here's the thing. You can get corrected on this by experts all the time. I just want to note, she is apparently also representing Tyler Robinson in the Charlie Kirk shooting. Can I just say how much that her not knowing the difference between clip versus magazine is like, you have got to figure your shit out before you wade into this really nationally notable trial that is entirely around a gun. Like, you got to know this. Nestor, if you're watching YouTube to figure out what you're doing wrong, learn this, because you're in a gun trial next. And it's going to be a nationally televised gun trial. You got to know this. Oh, my God. Here we go.
So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this.
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055? Hold on, just
Yes, this was how they did it in Uvalde. In the Uvalde trial, they went. So this is a magazine. Sometimes people say clip, but it's properly a magazine, right? It's a single sentence that you can just like rattle on, and it's no problem, and you can move on.
a moment. 1055. See if you can find that one. Sorry. I think it might be under the impeachment documents. Nope. Okay. All right, we'll get the safe one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe breaker if that was unusual to find residue on a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
But you did put trackers on their cars. Is that right?
If you're going to be asking those questions, back it up. Like when she's like, you never sat outside his house or outside her house, not on March, not on, you know, and I'm like, okay, where, with a better lawyer, that should have been the lead up to hammering this guy on, well, here's the evidence of you doing exactly that. But she's just like, Oh, I guess not then.
Right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that's prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing. But I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh. I want to say there were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone,
Nick Bonsavage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence. And I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions. I really don't remember, because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber. And when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
okay. Law enforcement was also providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Why are you asking the witness to correct you? You are the lawyer. You need to be in control. You should be correcting the witness, not the witness correcting you. Like, you're supposed to be in the driver's seat. And she's not just not in the driver's seat. She's not in the passenger seat. She's not in the back seat. Nestor has locked herself in the fucking trunk of this cross-examination. And this guy is driving her off a cliff as he does like a cool roll away from it, just as she sails into a cliff, which is full of like sharks and flaming diapers and razor blades and fish hooks. Like, why do you have so little control here?
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them. The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
He's like, I just want to play this at one speed because he was restraining himself.
Garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them. The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Have a...
His little facial hesitation there is like, will you accept that it might be relevant to me? I will. I am going to do my mentalist impression here, and I'm going to read his mind. Here's what he was going to say.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them. The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me?
Yes, because you are very dumb. That's what he wanted to say right here. That's my mentalist impression. It's like, can
you try to remember?
Half a dozen.
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that? Oh, can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit,
this is where something interesting happens because there's another lawyer in the room and she tries to do something. The judge is like, nah.
it contains a confidential client communication, but I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue.
So the lawyer for the family stands up to object to the question. And here's the problem. The lawyer for the family in this circumstance is basically has the same standing as me. Right? Like, it's like, this is a Wendy's. You don't get to say shit. So sit your ass down, shut your ass up, and you can speak up on your own trial, but you don't get to object. And to her credit, when like she makes the objection, the judge is like, you have no standing. And this lawyer, I will credit her tremendously because she just fucks off into the crowd again, and we never hear from her again. So, I mean, good for her for recognizing, that.
Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right.
I mean, this is a good question. Congratulations. You've landed on a good question. You've gotten out some excellent, evidence. And it's been buried in like the Sideshow Bob Rake Festival as she just... The problem with a cross like this is that she gets some really good stuff out of this. And it's in the middle of this whole thing. So, like, Mrs. Runkle today made a really, really, really excellent risotto. It was just amazing. But if you take that really excellent risotto and you throw it into, like, an ocean of, wet, runny baby shit, well, then it's not going to be good anymore. And that's really what this is. She's had this great moment and she's buried it in all of this shit. So all anyone's going to remember is all of the shit.
Also in here, you accused Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner.
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma.
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that. Yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
But prior to Norma,
Your Honor.
You need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with context from Eric's phone. So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone.
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch. If he was wearing a biometric watch, well, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access.
If it's a stupid old lady question, don't ask it. I mean, there's a time and a place for doing what I call the Columbo, right? And the Columbo is like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I got some, but like, don't call your questions stupid unless it's a strategy. And she's not running a strategy here. She's just dumb. There's a standing notice to all Game of Thrones productions that Runkle would make a fine Targaryen. I would love to apply to try to be an extra in that, but I don't know how that. EDB calls it the simple country lawyer. Yeah, I'm just a simple country lawyer. The thing is she's not even like. So the simple country lawyer thing is like, I'm relatable because I'm like one of you, right? The thing is she's not doing that. She's just like, I'm stupid. This is the like, I don't know how I got here. Will you buy me something?
To his text if you downloaded everything off the
He
cloud.
said all of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
By the way, yeah, the simple country lawyer thing. I don't play that game. And the reason why is because if you're actually in the country, people fucking hate that shit. So, when I'm in like a rural courtroom, I do not play simple country lawyer. What I instead do is I'm just like, I will acknowledge I'm from the city, right? You don't play simple country lawyer.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall the date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his text?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you.
The thing is she should be able to hit him when he's doing this. Hit him with the things, like point out where. She's got no ability here.
A number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case?
Right.
936.3 hours.
Is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour.
So-
However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really
He's like, I am charging a discounted rate on this file, but I charge, he's like, yeah, and I mean, this is a bargain.
really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
As you were culling through your hypotheses,
Yeah.
obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I agree.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce.
So if you watch trial today, you are wincing in advance. You're just sitting there going,
Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
This was sitting here.
Sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that. I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with people other than...
Don't, as the kids say, just say sexting. Christ, I hate when lawyers do this. Oh my God.
Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so...
And once the witness says, I don't know what sexting is, you can say, did you see texts between them that were sexual in nature, that discussed sexual activities? Like, follow up. If he fights back on the word sexting, hit him with what sexting is. You can say, you're a private investigator. You don't know what sexting is? If I give you the definition of texts involving sexual content or discussing sexual activities, would you understand that? Like, you can make this, like, point out that he's being difficult.
Answer is no.
I'm going to figure that out. We will figure it out. It's going to be in June.
Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that...
Why the fuck is she not showing him the text? Like, you're trying to claim there was sex. Show the text. You should have this.
Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity being in Summit County and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
You were done a long time ago. You just don't realize it yet. It's like she doesn't know she's cooked, but she cooked.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.? It's a ways down. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
This guy is like, I am in pain. I am so tired of this shit.
All right, sir, we've blown up a section. Does that refresh your memory about what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th, thank you, Your Honor, at 12:25 p.m.?
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about. And that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're
Right.
asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No.
Usually they'll let you talk to your co-counsel. I didn't see any problem with that at all. This guy would be great. I would love to interview this guy. I bet he is super freaking salty. I bet I'd love talking to him. So yeah.
Billing records?
From his carrier, from Verizon.
Right,
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah.
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
Correct.
Okay.
Objection, there's a 901 problem.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment if you would.
So that's an authenticating or identifying evidence rule.
Trips.
This guy just wants to be out of here.
Did you ever make any calls or any trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
Is she going to be able to back this up and like contradict him on going to Mexico, or is she just asking dumb questions?
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right.
And once again, Nestor tries to turn shit into gold and ends up with messy shit. So, yeah.
voluntarily spoke to you
She called me.
and talked to you voluntarily?
She did. And I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then
So
requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
And so you never to this day have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened.
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. She called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you
So it's like, why didn't you interview Kouri Richins? And it's like, because I was more ethical than you are. All right. Good move. How much of her bad questioning do you chalk up to Kouri lying to her lawyer? Very little at this one, because she is asking a whole bunch of questions that she can't back up. And so once the guy says no, she's like, I got nothing.
where they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay. Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
And you said any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, Katie? Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
And you know what he wanted to say? You're a joke. Okay. This is like, she's going at this and it's gonna be just, it's gonna be explosive, but like in the way that a grenade sitting in your lap is explosive.
It's a joke.
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce.
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
Doesn't
now that
identify anybody.
now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You left that out of your report.
No, this would be part of my report.
Did you see sexting between Bryce and Eric?
Don't use the word sexting. This guy's already shown you he's going to push back on it. Ask, did you see sexual discussions?
When you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking
Okay.
about other ones.
All right. I don't recall.
What other ones? Did he say, I want to feel your balls on my chin? Like, what exactly was said? Like, the jury is ultimately going to decide what is sexting and what isn't. Like, come on.
Call. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
Just a moment.
Then, like, present him with the text. You should be reading the texts. Like, if you're trying to make this a thing, you should actually be presenting the texts and, like, oh my, because when you're not actually presenting any of this, all you're doing is you're just letting this guy,
Court's indulgence for just a moment.
because the thing is we don't actually know what these texts say. These texts could be joking between, like, locker room style joking between two buddies, right? Because guys sometimes say some fucked up shit. Or it could be like that him and Bryce are like trading proteins. Like, you gotta figure this out. And don't allege they're trading proteins if you don't got the goods to back it up.
Can I show you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory? Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Honestly, no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them. As I look at this, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
So how many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that. I resist your characterization.
So hit him with it. He says it's not sexting. So you're like, okay, he said, I want to, like, whatever. Are you saying that's not sexting? He said, like, this is when you have to hit the witness with the texts. You got to read it, right? Because all I get from this is that if you're not willing to read the text, then they probably aren't what you're saying. Like, are they talking about the romantic kiss they shared? Or, is Buddy just make it, like, back this shit up? You're just accusing the murder victim of having who's this, like, super guy's guy and whatever else, of having a gay affair. And you've got these texts. What are the texts, right? Like, is he talking about, like, oh, it was great when you scratched my prostate? What is there, right? Is he sending dick pics? Is he, like,
These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time?
I don't know.
Hundreds of times?
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and...
When he's like, this is a joke, he's not entirely referring to he's not entirely referring to the message. He's also referring to the court today.
Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So do I recall it? Well, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory
Did they,
about those messages.
did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you
Like, what is this? Is this that he says, like, you know, is it that, like, Bryce says something and Buddy's like, suck my dick? Or is it like, hey, it was really hot? Like, what is this? Tell, you got to actually deliver the goods here.
read them all,
I'm sure that I did.
and it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature, and you interpreted it all as joking.
No, as I sit here today,
If you want the jury on board, you have to bring those things in. Is Eric on trial? No, but this could be relevant. Like, if you want to make this argument, you've got to bring this in. You've got to actually deliver the goods.
interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
That's it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
The foundation is because she hasn't shown how many of these texts there are. Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from Mr. Gabler?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The text, there are a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
There wasn't any serious read that Eric, Richins, and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
Zero.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to
All right, we're gonna
query the
jump that.
protected.
It's not important.
Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense. But if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else in anticipation of that discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I have
Okay, so I was sitting there like screaming at my screen for a good long portion of this. Because, like, you are trying to tell this guy that there was sexting and you bring 0% of the goods? Like, nothing? I mean, it might have been relevant if there was some secondary shenanigans going on. But All right, so tomorrow we are doing a recap. Wednesday, we are probably not doing a recap, and the reason why is that Wednesday I am flying to Montreal. So I will be paying attention to the trial. I'm going to try to do something on the 12th if I can. I might end up trying to stream on the 12th, but yeah, I'm going to have to figure it out. But like tomorrow we're definitely doing a recap. But I owe you guys a story time. I owe you guys a whole bunch of things. What's in Montreal? So in Montreal, I'm doing a meetup. I am also speaking at a law school. So at the law school in Montreal, I am doing a talk. And so the talk, is going to be just about lawyering, YouTubing, all of these things, right? Like, hey, let's talk about it. So, and I'm also going to be doing a discussion panel with the profs, because the profs are discussing ethics in online lawyering, basically. So, are they recording the talk? I'm going to try to see if I can record the talk. That I think that might be fun if they'll let me. So yeah. I will probably post something on the Rule of Law channel for the Wednesday when I'm traveling, because I just did an interview that I think is really cool. I did an interview with Kibbles Tasty. If you are a D&D gamer, you probably know who Kibbles Tasty is. Kibbles Tasty is kind of a famous name, has put out all sorts of really interesting sort of homebrew, but like published homebrew that is actually really well balanced. So that'll be on the Role of Law channel. I think I'll put that up on Wednesday so you got something to watch. I think it's a really great interview. I had a lot of I really enjoyed it. So we'll do that. So I owe you guys a story time. So I was asked, Runkle, have you ever had to testify? And there are some examples. So one instance of Runkle, I got subpoenaed. And the reason why I got subpoenaed is that I witnessed a drunk driver. I was driving down the highway, or not the highway, but like a big road. It's, I think, 6 lanes, the road that I was on. And I see this guy, and he is all over the road. And by all over the road, I mean he was crossing into oncoming traffic and then weaving backwards. This guy was smashed. So I get on my phone and I call 911. And I'm not really inclined to be like the guy calling 911 in most cases, but I call 911 because this guy was like, he's going to kill somebody. You're going all the way across the road, you're going to kill somebody. And so this guy was in actual danger. And so if you know Edmonton, it was the Yellowhead was the road. So I call in, and they're like, okay. And I read out his license plate, and they're like, don't follow him. And I'm like, fuck you, I'm following him. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm following him. He's gonna kill somebody. And they're like, we don't have a vehicle available. I said, cool, I will arrest this guy. And they're like, what do you mean you will arrest this guy? I'm like, well, impaired driving is a hybrid offense. I can arrest him. I am going to arrest this guy because somebody has to, because he's going to kill somebody and the law allows it. And they're like, hold on a second. Anyway, 15 seconds later, they're like, hey, guess what? We have found a car. We're going to arrest, like, we're going to stop this guy. And I'm like, excellent. And they're like, now you can discontinue pursuit. And I'm like, no, get your guy to find him, but I'm following him. Because, I mean, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I know that if I don't follow this guy, there's a possibility that they argue that it's, I got the car wrong, or they switched drivers. I'm like, fuck that noise. I'm on this guy. So I follow this guy. And he goes, and I'm following him, and I'm giving them updates as to where we are. I'm telling them about the driving pattern, and the 911 operator's like, sir, we don't need to know. And I'm like, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the recording, because the 911 call is recorded. I am describing his driving pattern so that there is a record, a contemporaneous record of the driving pattern. And they're like, okay. I'm like, so unless you have anything to say, just let me keep talking. And they're like, oh, okay. So eventually he turns and he runs into a rail crossing. And the rail crossing is excellent because this time there is a train going by and the train is super long. And so he ends up stuck behind the train and I'm stuck behind him and I'm watching him. And finally the cop shows up as this train is taking forever to get there. So the cop shows up and immediately pulls up behind him, flashes lights, and we're good. So I watched the cop go up to the door of this guy, and the officer goes up and he makes the like, whoa, stink face from the smell from this guy's car. And he pulls the guy out of the vehicle, has him handcuffed, pulls the other guy out. And I get a call because at this point I'm like 911 is like, okay, we're there arresting him. We're gonna hang up. I'm like, cool. I get a call back and it's the police and they're like, yeah, we got the guy. He is super drunk, like super drunk. And I'm like, awesome. They're like, yep, thank you. So then I got a subpoena in the mail, or not in the mail. I got a subpoena to my door. What somebody was asking about what channel it is, it's Roll of Law. So I got a subpoena, and this was funny because they sent an officer to subpoena me personally. But I'm kind of paranoid because I'm a criminal defense lawyer. And so they have this guy at the door and he's knocking and I'm talking to him through the door. I didn't have a video doorbell at that point, but I'm talking to him through the door. And he's like, are you Ian Runkle? And I'm like, who wants to know? And he's like, are you Ian Runkle? I'm like, I'm not answering any questions. Who the fuck are you? And he doesn't want to tell me because he's worried that if he tells me that I'm going to try to dodge it. And finally, I look through the window and I see this guy and he's got like the super cop build, right? He's very much like, and I'm like, and it clues in, even though it's months later, I'm like, is this a subpoena? And he's like, and he immediately gets sketchy. He's like, and I'm like, is this a subpoena? And he's like, yes. I'm like, okay, thank you. I've been waiting for this. And I open the door. I'm like, yes, I'm Ian Runkle. Do you want to see my ID? He's like, sure. I'm like, yeah, here's my ID. And he's like, okay. I'm like, do you want me to sign anything? He's like, we don't need a signature, but thank you. So now I'm subpoenaed, right? I show up on trial day. I show up for first trial day where the guy's got he's represented by Student Legal Services on the first day. And then there's an adjournment on the first trial day because he's now fired Student Legal Services and he's hired a better lawyer. So he hires a lawyer and then it goes over for another trial date. Second trial date rolls around and I'm like, is this guy gonna is he gonna run a trial on this? What's his defense? And I'm subpoenaed. And then he pleads guilty. And the prosecutor doesn't tell me that he pled guilty. So I'm sitting there waiting for this trial to start. And finally, the prosecutor comes by and I'm like, hey, what's going on? He's like, oh, he pled out. And I'm like, were you going to tell me that he pled out so I could go the fuck home? And he's like, did no one tell you? I'm like, no, no one told me. And he's like, yeah, no, he pled out. You can go home. I'm like, so the defense lawyer was basically waiting to see if I'd show up. And at this point, I'm a lawyer. Of course I'm going to show up to a subpoena. I'm not going to blow off a freaking subpoena as a lawyer. So I didn't end up testifying that day, but I was all set to. So that was story number one. Story number two is I self-repped on a trial. So I was self-represented on a firearm hearing. I got up and I testified in that firearm hearing. The judge ruled against me while I was literally on the stand, which was suck. And then I won on appeal. So I lost at the trial level, but I did testify. And then I won on the appeal. So yay, victory for Runkle. So those are the rounds of Runkle testifying. I mean, you can end up being called to testify at various points, but yeah, I have testified. I don't recommend it. It kind of sucks. Did I appeal myself? Yes, I did. I ran the trial. I lost the trial. I ran the appeal. I won the appeal. So yeah, self-repped. Janet, I'm going to have to testify, but Janet, I've got counsel, so it's not going to be a self-rep thing. I've got a lawyer. The lawyer's going to, so probably going to have to testify in the Janet case. So, yep. But yeah, that is my, thing there. Hey, solid record. I mean, all of the things that I've testified in, I guess I've won. So, yeah, I feel like if the judge rules against you before you finish testifying, that's some pretty solid grounds that maybe there's some bias there. I actually argued, I argued reasonable apprehension of bias, and the court dodged that issue. They didn't address the reasonable apprehension of bias argument, and they instead said, how was it that the court put it? They said, we are satisfied that the standard of review is correctness and that the lower court decision is not correct. I'm just trying to see if that judge or the justice is still a justice. Okay, so I can say what I was going to say now because the justice who was in that case has since retired because she's not on the list. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. No, she's still supernumerary, so I can't say it. So yeah. Can you cover your own case after? We could. Can we go over your appeal sometime? Yep. Is Jenna still self-repping against you? So far, she's still self-represented. She can get a lawyer anytime. I would welcome that. I think that would be helpful to the process, but I suspect she's going to have a difficult time getting a lawyer because I suspect that a lawyer is going to look at her case and say that her case is bad. She claims she can't get a lawyer because she says I am too scary and no lawyer will take on the file because I'm so scary that they won't take on the file because I might make fun of them, which makes no sense to me. And the reason why it makes no sense to me is because I went to court wearing body armor once because literal gang members might have shot me. And I'm going to tell you, Runkle is less scary than I need to wear freaking body armor to trial. So given that there's lawyers who will happily roll out to a trial wearing body armor, no, they are not scared of me. I'm like, sorry, no. Yeah, I don't buy that. But yeah, we'll see. That is what it is. So yeah. I hope you don't have to wear that again. I mean, that's why I got it. So maybe. All right, let's what do you call it? No, she gets to talk to my lawyer. I've got a lawyer. Here's the thing. She is alleging like stalking, harassment, whatever else. So far the court has been like, no, there's, but I don't want to talk to her. I talked to her in mediation. I found it to be an unpleasant experience. I don't have any desire to contact her. You shouldn't contact her. I don't, but yeah, no, I'm happy with, like, she can talk to my lawyer, and that is a good situation. We got a layer of separation, and I'm just happy with that. So yeah. All right, let's cover some super chats here. Random unbranded commenter. K9 pays more, surprisingly. Interesting. Dog all wins. Fair enough. Fair ball. First super chat ever. Thank you so much, Kaylee B. YouTube says I was in your top 0.8% of viewers in 2025. Thank you so much. My New Year's resolution for 2026 is to be in your top 0.5%. Awesome. Yes, somebody asked what supernumerary is. Supernumerary means that the judge is still a judge, but is working like part-time. They come on for occasional cases and not full-time. Chelsea Rama, I wouldn't have been able to stand this guy, except I can't stand Ms. Nestor even more, so found myself cheering him on and cross. Yeah, I think that if he was going after a different lawyer, you might have liked him less, but honestly, with a different lawyer, they wouldn't have given him so many opportunities. Zora has the perfect instincts if someone needs a dog to detect and devour pizza bones and Ethernet cables. Love you anyway, Zora. She is cute. I love this PI. Nestor was snarky and he was putting up with it. Also, dude is in pain, so it's tough for him being out of surgery for 1 month on just Tylenol. Yeah. I suspect part of it is just that he was like muscling through it. Meant to say in prior super chat, Nestor was being snarky and the PI wasn't having it. Good for him. Yeah, she kind of gave him more permission to be shitty. So yeah. The Wanderer detective to K9 officer may not be a step up, but in some cities it pays more, a lot more. Okay. And Janaski, thank you so much. Wendy Wilkinson for the rum. Where's the rum? I'm out of rum. Enjoy your drink. What are you having? I had a very pleasant rum, which is from the Just Rum, or Just a Distillery Incorporated. So this was their Maplewood rested. It's really nice. There's a little drop left. I'm going to be a complete, completely uncivilized. That last drop, we're just going to do that because it tastes really good. Yeah. Not gonna lie, what got me was them shotgunning beer like they're getting shit-faced at a frat party with kids right there. Real keeping it light for the kids, eh? Yeah, that was not a good look. Meme Empress, Runkle, we know you want to sass Nestor too, lol. I've been sassing Nestor. Linum687, enjoying the commentary. Thank you so much. The Miss Monty, thank you. Much appreciated. Mama of three, never seen a witness taking notes while they're testifying. Is that usually allowed? I don't think there's any rule against it. Meme Empress, it'd help if she stopped getting things wrong too. Yeah, she was fumbling. Meme Empress, 10 out of 10 pause face. I do that a fair bit. Hollyberry, love this testimony so much. This is my third watch. Haha, glad to have you. Kaylee, he just strikes me as a guy who's not putting up with BS. Doesn't seem to be a fan of either lawyer. Makes him more believable to me. I don't think he likes lawyers generally, because he had that comment about the lawyers don't watch the video, they just want the summary, and I'm like, all right. Trudy Zap, thank you so much for being a member. Pantufel, this is a slightly tricky channel for alcoholics even when 20 years sober. I'm sorry for that, but congratulations, good for you. Though the drunk driver stories help greatly. Yeah, you don't want to be in that. You don't want to be in those shoes, right? That just is a bad spot. Christina says for Runkle story time. Thank you. This may be a moronic question. There are no moronic questions unless you are Nestor, who seems to find them all the time. But is Canadian Canada Dry the same as American Canada Dry, like Mexican versus American Coke? I don't know. I might have to try it in the U.S. Wendy Wilkinson, 2 years. It's been enjoyable 2 years. Thanks, Runkle. Thank you. Chloe diagnosed snarky. Is there a way to kill with kindness while not backing down on what the accurate details are? Yes. Particularly with someone pushing a narrative like Nestor is. Yes. You can be nice and you could say, that's not accurate. That's not correct. So yeah. The financial crisis makes so much more sense to me than in Murdaugh. Yeah. Her financial situation was an absolute tire fire. The Jet JJ, Runkle story time. Fun story. Jury could judge him for being visibly injured and disabled. I think if they do that, they're going to judge him. They're going to have sympathy. Annabelle Feinstein, lockpicking lawyers' videos are amazing for things like this. How about lockpicking lawyer for an interview? I will ask him. I've spoken to lockpicking lawyer before. I met him at an event. I don't really want to name the event because lockpicking lawyer is very privacy minded. So I've met him. I've seen lockpicking lawyer's face. I deleted a photo because he was accidentally in the background. And I didn't want to show him. There's a couple of famously reclusive or keep their face to themselves YouTubers who I've accidentally got pictures of, and then I deleted them. Lockpicking lawyer is a really nice guy. I could ask him. I can't make any promises, but yeah. Toward a new bottle of rum and to celebrate getting out of Orlando traffic and making it home. Thank you so much. And Belle Feinstein, I want a story. Thank you. Flora Paris, thank you so much. Much appreciated. T Money Short Stack, interested to hear about you testifying. It wasn't a bad experience. Was not a bad experience at all. Story time. We've had the story there. Catherine Fallon, thanks for explaining stuff like you are the best. Thank you. Pat Purdue, ketchup chips. If you know, you know. I love ketchup chips. Chelsea Rama, but don't you think she's getting some of this bad info from Kouri? How would you handle an unreliable client like this? When you've got a completely unreliable client, you don't trust their word at all. So what are your thoughts on the mystery substance in the safe that she never returned to, or what was she guessing? I'm guessing somebody spilled a pop in there or something like that. I just I don't think it was a big deal. She's trying to make it sound like it's, witness tampering. I'm guessing it was just some sort of goo, right? Yeah. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the mysteries? Oh yeah, we just read that one. Darren Dube, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I know it's Irish, but yeah. Ian, I bought a Henson razor a couple of months ago and no more cuts. A bit pricey, but worth it. Pays for itself in 2 years, then cheap. I already use a razor that uses the blades, but I don't know. I kind of want to get the Henson razor after some people have recommended it. Maybe I'll reach out to them and be like, look, can we do a thing? Because everybody in my chat knows I cut myself. And if your razors stop me from cutting myself, would we do a, could we do that? So, yeah. THK, I suspect the answer is no, but if Kouri's convicted, does she stand a chance of appeal based on ineffective assistance of counsel? No. Ineffective assistance of counsel is a really high bar, especially in the United States. In Canada, it's easier. For instance, Canada has determined that it's ineffective assistance of counsel to fail to ask a client their immigration status if they might get deported. Even though you might have otherwise acted well, the fact that you didn't determine your client's, immigration status could itself be ineffective assistance of counsel, right? The thing is that the standard is basically, was the lawyer better than not having a lawyer? And I think she easily meets that test. I don't think that there's any question about it. I think she easily meets that test. Yeah. So I don't think she's ineffective. I don't think Lewis is ineffective. I don't think Ramos is ineffective. I think there was a case where a lawyer slept through most of the trial, but because he woke up sometimes and asked some questions, they determined that it wasn't ineffective. So in the US, it's a really difficult thing. Just because a lawyer is bad doesn't mean that they are ineffective. Personal experience being a gaming server full of nearly all guys that put money on the text being the same banter we use. None of us are serious. Yep. I think they should utilize Ramos more. I agree. The thing is when Ramos started, I thought Ramos kind of sucked because Ramos was acting like a giant swaggering dick. The thing is that we've seen from Ramos that he can turn it off. And if he learns when to turn it off and when to turn it on, Ramos is so much better prepared. I like Ramos now. I want to see Ramos doing some of these crosses. Release the Ramos. They've had him benched for the last several days. And I'm like, let him play. Let him cook. Holy crap. It's like they only want to let him out on witnesses that are, unimportant, but he is so much better. And I totally want to see Ramos more. I want to watch Ramos in a trial that is just Ramos. I would love to see Ramos, even if it's just something like a theft or something like that. I want to see Ramos just doing Ramos, right? So, yeah. I really want to see it. Random unbranded commenter. This is what happens when you're on Book Talk too much. So, another little Mrs. Runkle story. Mrs. Runkle does not watch Runkle of the Bailey. I am not her thing. I'm her thing outside of this, but I'm not what she likes to watch on the YouTubes. Mrs. Runkle watches the Book Talk. And so there was a thing on Book Talk where they had this thing of a little armature that you can put your e-reader in, so that you can have your e-reader and lay back on a couch, and she was like, can you get me this? So I bought her the little army thing, the little arm that and she uses the hell out of that thing. So she likes Book Talk. Book Talk has given her some useful things. Does she like spicy books? Mildly, I guess. I haven't read a lot of her books, but yeah. Honestly, that came across as, I've never had a friend to joke with from Nestor. She doesn't understand a dirty joke because no one ever told her one. The thing is it might be that these two are banging, right? It might be that they're banging down. Or it might be that they're just having, and without actually showing us the texts and reading the texts out, we don't know if they're boning down or just bantering. I want to know, right? And the thing is, if you're going to suggest that they are like, interlocking parts, you really need to deliver the goods. So, yeah. How did she not get the joke? I mean, what joke? We never actually saw the joke. I've never seen that's inaccurate taken as kind. I mean, it can be. You can deliver it. Yeah, you can deliver it more kindly. And Lucy, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. I've got that little bumper to show green spreading across the chat. Meme Empress, Doob is Doov or Do. Okay, good to know. That is excellent to know. Yeah, honestly, she never gave us the chance to determine if she was reading them correctly. At the end of the day, it really comes down to who do you believe more, the PI or the lawyer who's not showing us what the texts are. I don't think that really worked all that well for, for that. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the defense case in chief. I mean, maybe the defense has some sort of bombshell. I mean, maybe the defense is going to come in and just be like, all right, we're calling Bryce to the stand. And Bryce is going to get up there and talk about like the time that Eric Richins tickled his tonsils, right? We don't know. But yeah, we'll have to see. Anyway, that was today. We'll have to see what's going on, but it would not surprise me if the prosecution rests tomorrow. Because, and I say that because this is building, right? This is the prosecution building towards a big finish. And I mean, it would not surprise me, for instance, if the prosecution tomorrow called one witness and then rested and punted it to the defense and is like, all right, hope you're good to go. And yeah, this is what I suspect. I suspect that the prosecution's big finish is going to be the walk the dog letter. That's going to be the prosecution's big explosive finish. That's the fireworks. So we'll see. We'll see. But when you see the walk the dog letter, I suspect it'll be walk the dog, done. Finito, over to the defense. And the defense, we know, is calling at least some evidence because they have a bunch of witnesses that they've indicated that they are recalling. And some of these are like prosecution witnesses where they couldn't get to the things they wanted to ask about on, on that. They still have all the jail calls to go through. I think they're going to go through the jail calls before the walk the dog letter. I think the walk the dog letter is going to be their big. If I was the prosecution, the walk the dog letter would be my big finish. So I'd play the jail calls, walk the dog, done. Over to you, defense. And that's sort of how I'd do it. So, yeah. What is it? Might have to put headphones on before my dog hears the words. He would love a night walk. I probably will after Runkle is done. Yeah. So wasn't the letter limited? Yes, but they're still going to have to. I mean, they're still going to want to play it. They're still going to want to show it to the jury. This trial has been surprisingly interesting to me, and I didn't expect it to be interesting. As I said, I am going to do recaps as much as I can. For but I'm traveling, right? So we'll have to see. I may end up doing a stream from Montreal, and we'll have to see how that goes. So anyway, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate you guys being here, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, all. Cheers.